OBS? Hey, there we go. OBS kind of sat there and thought for a minute. It wasn't sure that it actually wanted to stream. And there
so
is...
Go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead.
There's no bot today because I seem to have messed up my Java install.
Nice.
For reasons entirely unknown to me, PhantomBot has code that is like the first thing that runs, which checks the version of Java. And if the version of Java you have is newer than 8, it says, we only work with version 8, and shuts itself down. Which is dumb, because Java is written to be backwards compatible across versions, so there's no reason...
I was about to say, I thought Java was backwards compatible.
There's nothing in the code that would prevent it from running on versions newer than 8. The developers of PhantomBot are just bad. I actually, because TG uses a custom fork of PhantomBot that some people who don't watch his streams much, and well, he hasn't streamed in forever, but some people who have been around longer than I have made a custom fork of it, and we're maintaining that for him. And then they kind of were less active, and so I took over. And oh my god, that code is abysmal. It was a nightmare trying to make the changes that he wanted.
Yeah, I was just kind of hoping we'd have just like a cat there in the corner the whole time.
Nah, he started getting scratchy, so I had to move him.
I didn't take any notes on Shinchuka. I figured if all else fails, we can just go through the transcript of me and Dean, and even Chris when you went through it.
Just do a dramatic reading of...
Oh my god.
So I'm pretty sure between the three of us, we hit all the plot points that we would want to talk about.
Probably.
Also, sorry for flooding you with Discord notifications.
It's all good. They don't make noise or anything with my settings, so it was just a funny thing where I woke up this morning and just saw that it's like, oh, 54 notifications.
Yep.
My brother got a hold of me. He's Marine, and he was like, so what's going on with Iran? I was like, okay,
he'd be the one who'd be right to be worried.
Right. He's like, kind of affects me, yeah? And I'm like, yeah, theoretically. So here's the situation. Iran's insolvent though financially. They can't afford a war. I thought that was funny. He texted me, he was like, I normally don't give a shit about this stuff, but like, this affects me.
There are very real repercussions to my life
exactly.
in a way that's more than just like, oh, the price of gas went up.
Yes, exactly.
The kind of meme on Twitter has been lots of different like World War III things. And some people are trying to use that for like actual discourse, which I mean, you don't do actual discourse on Twitter. That's just, a bad idea.
Oh yeah, no. Twitter is for deriding other individuals, because that's how people talking about your hobbies and deriding people who disagree with you.
Yep. Yeah, there's that, and then there's like all of the sort of like, ways I'm going to try to dodge the draft sort of things or whatever else.
One of my favorites, there's a shitload of draft apologists on Twitter right now who are like, it's a good thing. And their argument boils down to love it or leave it. And it's just so funny. I started
leave it?
Right? I started sending them pictures of the old Slave Patrol badge. I just thought that was hilarious. Ah,
cat. Man,
when he makes that noise, it means he's about to bite me.
Oh.
See, he just went for it. He just went for it.
I was real busy. Well, I was in Texas this year, so sorry I didn't get a chance to see you, Chris.
Yeah, no worries.
I did make it out to Stephen and Libby's for dinner one night.
Cool. How are they doing?
Pretty good. We talked.
I didn't get to see them this season, so I feel kind of bad about it.
Yeah.
Oh no, I saw Libby earlier. We talked about stuff. Well, was that technically last season or the first show of this season?
It was the first show of this season.
Yeah, the special was the first one this season.
Technically. I think on YouTube I put it in last season's playlist.
Well, I had to do with last season's show. So.
But if you're looking at when anime actually started airing, it was this season. Yeah, but I got there and they were like, "Oh, Moto's friendly. She'll be your friend." And so she was lying down at that point, so I went and pet her a little bit, and she was fine. And then she avoided me the rest of the night. At one point, she was lying down in the chair that I had been using, so I went and kind of reached my hand out to pet her, and she bolted. I was like, "Oh, I just want to be your friend."
Aww.
Yeah, I don't count on having any real interaction with their cats. So.
Oh yeah. All right. Shall we get started?
Let's do it.
Welcome to AniFiles, episode 82, our fall 2019 season recap and our 2019 year recap in general. I'm your host, Ryan. With us today we have Chris.
Hello.
And Dean.
Hi.
And so this is weird because we don't have a audio thing to play, and so I have to do an actual transition, and I always forget how those work. Yeah, so if you weren't here 2 weeks ago, we played out our anime of the season and then anime of the year tournament brackets. So for fall 2019, the least watchable anime of the season is Shin Chuka Ichiban. So naturally, we had to watch all of that show to talk about today. Our most watchable anime of the season is Babylon. So we also watched all of that one, except for me. I kind of cheated. And then our least watchable anime of the year, no one will be surprised, is Virtual Sun is Looking, and our most watchable anime of the year is Carol and Tuesday. So I know Chris finished Carol and Tuesday. Did you get a chance to finish it, Dean?
I did not get a chance to finish it, no. I've still only watched all of the first core. I know it's good, but like, I just haven't had time to.
No,
School's about to ramp back up, and it's a mess.
I feel that. I just really want to talk with you about it because of how political it gets at the end.
I still want to watch it, so go ahead and... Okay, as far as spoilers are concerned on stuff like this, I'm not concerned about it. Because with an anime that's that good, it's like, for me anyway, it's the journey, not the destination, right? So I feel totally okay about spoilers because having something spoiled is not the same as watching it. And I'm like that generally, actually, like across media. Spoilers don't ruin things for me unless it's supposed to be a big reveal that was like kept out of marketing and stuff, which doesn't happen anymore. So,
well,
you know, I'm not bothered by any spoiler territory stuff, so we can go ahead and talk about it, and I'll just be fascinated while you tell me what happens.
I'm the same way, with one notable exception. Like the spoilers you mentioned that are important. I also don't care about those. I think I've said this on the podcast before, but the only reason I watched The Good Place is because the end was spoiled for me. There was no way the premise of that show was interesting to me at all. But someone told me what happened in the last episode, and I was like, okay, I will watch that.
That's kind of how I felt about Knives Out, actually. Like, it just looked like a Clue show, like a Clue movie, like a kind of a Clue ripoff thing, locked door mystery, and it's like, I don't hate the locked door mystery genre, but it's not my favorite. And so I probably wasn't going to see it in theaters. And then I heard people saying like, no, it's not what you think. And I'm like, oh, okay.
The knives are actually in.
Oh my god. So yeah, as spoilers, just again, unless it's twists that were like kept out of marketing and stuff like that are supposed to be real twists, I don't care about spoilers.
Before we talk about those shows, though, and we will talk about all of them, let's talk about the other things we've been watching. I can go first, because I actually didn't watch a whole lot this season, and the 2 shows I did watch, we didn't even cover on the podcast. It was, or no, one of them we did, I lied. Fate Grand Order, the new season of that, because I really like me some Fate, and Azure Lane I watched. There were a couple other shows that I wanted to watch, but didn't get around to. Chris, did you watch anything else?
Yeah, aside from our bracket winners, I watched a little bit more of Areski. I didn't get all the way through it. I watched about 6 episodes. And I also started My Hero Academia last night, but that was very late in the evening, so I only got 1 episode in.
Did you get anything in between studying and law and studying law, Dean?
I got a little bit actually. I watched more of No Guns Life. I'm still within the first half of the season, but I was able to watch some more of it, and I can talk about that a bit if you'd like to when we get there.
Yeah, actually, if you want to go ahead and start with that.
No Guns Life, show from this season, really fucking cool looking show. The animation has stayed good as I've been watching it. That's always my biggest concern with shows that look great in the first episode is like, does it still look great? And the answer is yes, where I am, it still looks great. They do interesting things. I watched, because I was busy doing shit, I had to watch the dub.
All right. I understand.
Now, here's the thing about the dub for that Funimation did for that show. It's actually not a terrible dub. It's not great. I'm not a huge fan of the voice they use for our main character, but outside of my little gripe with just their choice of actor for that, it's really cool. The dub is not bad. And since Funimation, here's the interesting thing that Funimation's done recently that I've seen is their dub is their sub.
Oh, okay.
So when they sub, there's one subtitle option on Funimation.
And so it's the transcript of the English voice actor script. English script.
That's exactly, yes, right. So it's not like you're gonna get a different experience as far as the words used if you watch the sub. Now, there are a couple differences in inflection, I think, because there were some lines that were delivered in a way that I was like, I don't know if the Japanese voice cast would have done that way, but that only happened in a couple of places, and that consistency makes it's not to say that the translation is going to be good or bad, but whatever, that just depends entirely on the show. It's more to say that the inconsistency is reduced between subs and dubs when you have your dub just be your subs, your subs just be your dub script.
Yeah, you don't have to have any weird discussions with people about like, how did they say it in the Japanese version or whatever. It's just like, we're just getting what English was given to us.
That's exactly right. So that inconsistency is reduced, which makes me feel less bad for watching the dub because I was busy.
That's a good way to do it, I think. Saves a lot of effort too, because you don't have to like translate it twice.
Exactly. It's not the way that Netflix does. This is the interesting thing too. I did want to talk about this, and I'm kind of glad I backed myself into this conversation. Netflix does it differently. Netflix has a subtitle track for their English dub, and they have a sub track for the Japanese, the original Japanese. I prefer the way Funimation does it. I mean, maybe the translation's better for the Japanese sub track, but like why should it be inconsistent in that way? Why don't we just have the one subtrack and then make that your script? Now I realize that matching lip flaps is a thing, but they've never matched. I've never had a problem with lip flaps being a little bit broken. I know I'm watching something that's dubbed in English. When I watch something that's dubbed over in English that's out of South Korea or something like that, like a movie or whatever, I'm not upset because the lip flaps don't match. So I've never understood that fixation. So I was saying my experience with Funimation and watching the dub was actually pretty good. Even though the Funimation site is not.
I can imagine maybe one of the differences when you've got like the, what Netflix is doing where they've got a separate subtitle track, is maybe those translations leave in more things like honorifics and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure there are at least some like English dubs of shows that like will include the sans and chans and samas and all that.
Yeah.
But if they don't, then maybe they switch to something like a Mr. or they just call them by their name or something like that. Then like there would be a little bit of a discrepancy there as far as if you're expecting just to see, so and so san. In the subtitles.
It's kind of like when they say things like you can hear in a Japanese dub in the original Japanese dub, when they're talking about a person to a person, they won't say you, they'll say their name.
Yep.
And
I'm pretty sure
the
there's
Japanese
no second person in Japanese.
Right. So the subtitle always says you, but it's clear that the person, if you're listening to the audio, it's clear that the person is saying the person's name to whom they're speaking. Or about whom, whatever. So it I don't know. It's interesting. I've never, especially in recent years, I think the subs over dubs thing, again, it depends on the show, but I think the subs over dubs thing is starting to be chipped away at a
I agree. Dubs are definitely improving.
Yeah, I've never been anti-dub. I've just always I can't stand bad dubs. So like when the actors are annoying or the performance isn't good or something like that. But like there are
a lot of earlier stuff, some of the first stuff that came across that when anime started getting big, I mean in the Toonami years and stuff, a lot of those dubs weren't great. With the exception of the major shows, like the Dragon Ball Z dub, I think probably holds up. But with the exception of shows like that, a lot of the stuff that was being dubbed was just being dubbed quickly and as cheaply as possible and put out to the market, and it's not particularly good. These days, there's a lot more money floating around in the anime space, especially in the West, and so they can dub it a little better now.
And you have like lots of people who actually aspire to be VAs, and so like there's a little bit of competition of like you actually got to be a baseline level of good to get a big role or something like that. So
that's exactly right. It's not just Funimation hiring whoever was down the street in Dallas that day.
Which is sad because I would have like loved to just like been able to walk in and be like, hey, can I dub?
I can imagine Chris in Ghost Story. So anyway, about the show itself, it's really cool, man. They're doing the characters are great. And one of my favorite things about this show is the character designs, not just on the extended, but also the humans themselves. Like the way that they've elected the aesthetic they chose to go with for the humans, for the fully physically human humans is really, really cool. Especially one of the characters, Mary, the blonde girl who's with the team. She's really cool. She's like a back alley extended surgeon, basically. It's very cyberpunk. The whole thing's very cyberpunk. I think that's part of why I love it. And it feels a little bit Ghost in the Shell too. It's got a little bit of it's almost like if you took something like a hard-boiled detective story or PI or Fixer type story, and you mixed it with something like Ghost in the Shell and made it a little bit grim and gritty. If you mix all, because Ghost in the Shell is very clean. If you mix all that stuff together, you get this show, and it's very, very cool. And so the aesthetic remains amazing. The designs only get better. Even though you see a lot of them in the OP, really. If you watch the OP for the first episode, you pretty much saw what they have as far as character designs, and they're all great looking. What else? The story is still intriguing. I'm still interested in these characters. Our main character, Tetsuro, which is, I'm sure, a reference to Akira. Because he has like, he doesn't have psionic powers, but he has like he has this thing that they gave him an extension. That's what these cybernetic parts are called, or extensions. They gave him an extension that allows him to remotely take control of other extended. So he has the ability to control basically the subbrain. They use a subbrain, kind of like a daughter board for the human brain to tell you, like, so the brain sends the message to the subbrain and the subbrain moves the part.
Okay.
Which is a really interesting way to get around the neural control issues. Just send it to another chip that then interpolates that into movement data for the part. So they've basically given him the ability to control these other subbrains, and through doing that, he can control the extended themselves. And it's this weird kind of thing. He's been trapped in this megacorp's, labs and stuff like that, and it's a story of him finding a way to fight back against it. And that's the general story of the show. And then so he's really more our main character than our big gunhead guy, whose name I can't remember at this point. I love him, but I can't remember his name. He's kind of there to facilitate the journey of this kid, which I think is great. That's a great position to put like a hard-boiled kind of guy, is in a support role for a child. It's interesting conflicts arise from that. We've seen it before, but it's done really well and in an interesting way here. No Guns Life is great.
We interrupt this program to bring you
my
an important
cat
message.
hit my thing.
The cat wants to let you know there's a tournament arc happening.
Yeah, I know. That was 2 weeks ago. What was I saying? Now that that's happened. Yeah, just generally the show is great. It looks amazing. I enjoy the story they're telling. I like a good hard-boiled noir, and the way that they've mixed it with cyberpunk's very effective. And the dub isn't bad, which I can say, having watched a few episodes of it. So, there's also a lot of room to grow. I didn't point this out. I'm still in the first half of the season. I'm not sure where I am. I kind of lost track, but because I was just letting it autoplay. But I'm still in the first half of the season. There's a lot of room for this world to grow and for the story to expand. There haven't been any major twists or events that have been like huge, like jaw-dropping sort of events, but you get the feeling that it's coming because this is a big megacorp conspiracy, and of course that happens. So I don't know. I think this show has, because they have so much room to grow so early in the show, like within the first half, I can see this thing really picking up an incredible pace as the season continues and throwing some really cool shit at the audience. So I'm really enjoying No Guns Life. And at the very least, if it's not something that's like, if it's not something that you're really into on like an aesthetic and also story level and world building level like I am, if it's not something that you're into that way, throw the dub on while you're cleaning the house, because it's definitely something that's enjoyable to have at the very least. And the characters are great. The characters in the show are so much fun to follow because they're sarcastic, but they're smart, and they're just awesome.
Nice. Chris, you want to talk about the shows you watched?
Yeah. So there's not much to say about Hero Waka. After one episode, it continues to be a solid show. We all know what Hero Waka is. So I'll talk a little bit about Oreski, which is the only other show besides the winners that I watched this season. There were a few other that I was interested in. Like I want to watch a little bit more of No Guns Life at some point. But Oreski, Are You the Only One Who Loves Me? I was just kind of curious about, because I remember really enjoying the first episode, and we had a good discussion about how that was really funny, and it kind of played with some of the tropes of your high school rom-coms. And it continues to be solid in that way. They do this thing where it feels like a lot of the episodes are actually kind of self-contained little episodes, which is nice in that they don't drag out some of the drama that you'd expect to be dragged out. Like, and I think it's in the second episode, he is I forget exactly what happens in the second episode. Anyway, I guess just to sort of like sum up the approach I tend to see is that conflict arises that you expect is going to be like, oh, now he's got to make up with his friends who found out about his thing, his double dealing or whatever. We're gonna have to make sure that we were going to have lots of conflict with them, and I'm going to be sad for 5 episodes, and I'm going to slowly start winning them back one by one, and instead it just kind of all gets resolved in an episode or maybe 2, which is really nice. And then they kind of move on to another thing. The downside of that potentially is that I found that I often don't feel compelled to keep watching. It's actually worked out nicely because I've been using it mainly as something to pop on while I'm doing a morning workout or something like that. It just kind of fits nicely into that little half-hour time slot that I have.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'll pop it on, I'll watch it, and then it's cool, it's done for this week or this day or whatever, and I can come back to it another time. But also makes it kind of unbingeable. Which that's just a matter of preference if you think that's a good thing or bad thing. Later episodes of these 6, and it's funny because it feels longer so far than it actually is, probably just because I've been watching it spread out. So it's only half the season that I've seen, but in the later half of this first half, the second quarter, I guess, it does have a little bit more of kind of a multi-episode arc that's happening. And it's generally, like I said, it's pretty solid. It's I don't think it quite reaches the same level of humor and bizarreness that the first episode had. But it also continues to kind of play with the tropes a little bit. It doesn't feel super raunchy or anything. It'll kind of play with those ideas, but it always kind of comes back down to being real, which is kind of cool. The big twist that we get is that the only one who loves him, the blue-haired girl in the library, turns out to actually be super hot and beautiful when she takes off her glasses. And so he's like, oh wow, she's actually kind of attractive, but then I also still don't really like her in that way. So he's kind of open about how he only wants her for her body, if he wants her at all. But then there's kind of this this growing relationship between she gets sort of brought into the friend circle of MC and his various love interests and stuff like that. So yeah, it's definitely kind of a worthwhile watch. I wouldn't say it's super great. The animation definitely feels lazy throughout much of it, which is not super surprising. I would say if you watch the first episode and enjoy it, give it another 1 or 2, see if it kind of keeps you interested. I do find myself actually laughing out loud at a few things here and there, not uproariously, but just kind of a nice little so it's definitely a nice, easygoing, kind of entertaining watch.
How many of those did you say you'd watched?
6.
That's a ways in for a premise, because the premise seemed a little thin.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a ways in for the premise to keep you going.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, 6 episodes have half the season.
I am happy to report that the bench makes another appearance later on in the series.
Yes.
So.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a fun show. It's fun.
That show was towards the top of the list of shows I wanted to watch. So maybe I'll try to make some time and get back to that.
Yeah. I was actually thinking about sorry, go ahead.
No, you go for it, man.
I was actually thinking about throwing a little get together with some friends and being like, hey, I'm gonna share some of kind of the more interesting or some of my favorite shows of either this season or 2019. So I was kind of going through my list, and there are actually a few shows that objectively good, but not ones that I can tell them it's good, or they can go look it up if they're interested.
It's not the ones you sit people down in front of them and be like, watch this, it's great, because know they're gonna be sitting there
But actually this is one that I was considering showing because it's funny, and it's kind of I was going for really really good ones, but then for things that were kind of on the fence, it's like, let's go with like the fun, quirky one instead of like the obviously good one.
Mm-hmm.
So
the reason it wasn't really on my list to keep watching is because while I enjoyed the first episode, it seemed like the premise was pretty thin, and I doubted that it could keep me invested. But you being a person who is not, I can't think of a word that doesn't have a negative connotation. Not choosy or picky, but just you have taste. You don't.
Well, thank you.
you won't sit through a bullshit story. You know what I mean?
Like Dayton and I will.
Right.
And depends.
What I'm saying is I trust your taste in stories and in shows, and so for you to say that it's kept you in for 6 episodes, that's a ways for that premise, and so I'm thinking they must be doing something with it that keeps it fresh, or interesting in some way.
Yeah, and like I said, it's kind of funny because to some extent, I kind of have to like sort of force myself to restart every time I watch a new episode. Now that's just kind of maybe a personal problem because I do that same thing even with good shows. Like, with No Guns Life, it's like that is one that I'm interested to see more of, but it's like I just haven't really felt in the mood to be like, oh, I really need to go watch No Guns Life. And so this just happened to be on my list of like, I found this enjoyable and I have time for an anime. I'll go and pop this one on.
Binging passive media like that can become tedious regardless of the quality of the show. So it's,
very true.
I understand that hitting a point where it's like I could stop. I get that entirely.
Yeah, like even what's it called? The Expanse series. I've been watching through a little bit of that, but like I'll even get to a point where I'm just kind of like, I'm half an episode in. I just want to go do something else right now. So
that show's also a little dour. Like that show also gets to the point where it's like, do I want to keep doing this to myself?
Yeah, and I love the books. Like the books, absolutely. Like
I've heard they're amazing. I've only ever seen the first season of the show, so I can't talk about it too much. I love it though. Like I love the first season. I just haven't had a chance to go back and keep watching.
But anyway, that's enough about something that's not anime.
All right then. For me, Fate Grand Order. It's more Fate. Hey, this is
good.
This is one of the ones that it doesn't take place in the main Fate storyline. It's another Fate alternate universe story. This one's it's a sci-fi story, so except with the premise that they have to go back in time. So it's also kind of like a historical fantasy kind of a thing. It's really good. It has Rin playing the part of Ishtar, which is 10 of 10. I approve.
When you say Rin, do you mean like the actual character or the same VA?
The actual character.
Oh. Huh. So actual people go back in time, but then assume the roles of.
No, not really.
It's Fate, so I understand if it's just kind of like you gotta just watch it to understand what's happening here.
So the people who actually go back in time are not anyone's from the main story. It's a brand new MC, and his servant is brand new, at least as far as I know. I'm not like there's a lot of Fate out there that and I haven't consumed all of it. But yeah, as far as I know, the two main characters are brand new, but some of the characters from the main series are also there. So like same VA, same character model, just different characters in this world.
So
it's like they're
almost like in this multiverse, like this person ended up here as this person instead of like 2,000 years later in modern Japan.
Yeah,
kind of
basically.
Interesting.
It's fun sometimes, and it's weird sometimes because like Shiro's.
It's Fate.
Well, yeah. The teacher that kind of takes care of Shiro in the main series is also there as a servant, which is Why?
Are they just like reusing a character just because they have it? Like, so they're just
I don't
pulling
know
a
that
character
it's-
from another series
I
and being
think-
like, let's just remodel this as this other person?
I think just because they
Or-
have it is not being entirely fair. I think it's
Right, that's what I'm asking. Is it's like, does it seem like it's like, well, we had this line around, or does it seem
no,
like we're gonna
no.
give fan service in this
It's-
way because
it's
people
definitely
like this
fan-
Yeah,
character?
it's definitely
It's
fan
more
service.
like, oh yeah,
because
this character that you know and love is now here in this different context.
there are, because it's not all like that. Like there are so many original characters to this series. It definitely doesn't feel like they ran out of ideas. It's like, well, if they could make this many original characters, they could make more if they wanted to. Yeah, so
And there's a bit of a like they could, because there's a bit of a pattern to fake characters. Like they have an aesthetic that they know, and so it's kind of, it's not as easy as like paint by numbers because you still have to flesh them out. But it's like, in order to get the basis for a new character in Fate, you kind of do a few things and slot them in this way, and then you develop them from there.
I mentioned this, I think it was on the last episode. Fate took a couple week break in the middle. It looks like an episode aired just recently that I haven't caught up on yet, so it looks like they've started that up again. The story is
I don't hate this trend.
good.
I know I mentioned it on the last show, but I don't hate this trend of Christmas hiatuses to like work on what's coming next.
I will say it's interesting which part of Fate Grand Order they chose to animate. So all of this is, I kind of gathered from this series. But I guess there's like 6 different parts to Fate Grand Order. They have to go to 6 different points in time to defeat the big bad and recover the thing. And this is the last one. And none of the others have been animated. So I don't know if it was like the characters in this one they thought would be more appealing, or if the story was, but I don't know why they chose this particular part of Fate Grand Order to animate, but they did. But
did they happen to like kind of talk about like, oh yes, and we've gathered the 5 others already, so now here's
they give enough of an overview that it makes sense.
I wonder if it was like a mix of like, this is the best one of these, and also we only have a season, so like we're just gonna tell this one.
We're gonna
arc.
show the end of the story, basically.
Yeah. It seems like it would be a pacing decision. It seems like it would be a kind of decision that's like, this is the best way this is gonna work, and for us to still tell the bulk of the actual story.
Oh, I said they explained enough in this series. I forgot. There's also a Fate Grand Order movie, which is like the very opening of the Fate Grand Order story before they go back in time. And I have seen that, so I don't actually remember which knowledge I've gotten from that and which is from this series. I think this series explains everything you need to know to watch it, but I could be wrong.
So it's like movie and then season?
Yeah. Well, it's movie and then OVA, which is the prequel to this season, and then the season.
Fate!
That sounds like the Grand Order then is 0, 5, 6. And then I guess we can extrapolate that out to get like, I guess 1, 2, 3, 4, or is it going to be like maybe 2, 4, 1, 3? I don't know. We'll have to, the Grand Order is actually yet to be revealed, but
6, 4, 6, 4, 2, 5, 3, 1.
Basically, the Fate does that shit though.
Yeah.
Like, and it just, as a franchise, it's such a mess. And like, there are dedicated fans out there on boards and, writing things that are like, okay, this is the watch order for this. If you want to watch this, it's like, thank you so much for caring about this show, because I would not know where to begin.
Yeah, like I don't know, Dean, if you were here when I was mentioning it to Ryan earlier, but I was asking some friends who are, various degrees of like casual or more hardcore Fate fans, but probably leaning more to the casual side. But they were saying like, okay, so like here's what tends to be like good and bad by most people's standards, and then here's kind of like the order that they recommended for me was actually the kind of chronological story order, which was like from the original VNs, which was Fate Stay Night, Unlimited Blade Works, and then Heaven's Feel, and then like all the other stuff is just kind of extra stuff. And so I actually just like hearing that, it's like, okay, I'm just going to go back and play the VNs.
Heaven's Feel Part 3 isn't out yet either. I think it releases early this year. I think it's February. I don't remember exactly.
Fate.
it always works.
Stick with one story arc at a time.
It's really great because so chronologically in the order they were released, there was Fate Stay Night by Studio Dean, and then Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works, which is a 3-part movie series also by Studio Dean. And then Ufotable did the Fate Zero series, and then they did the Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works series as opposed to the movies that have already been done, and then now they're doing the Heaven's Feel movies.
So when do we get a Heaven's Feel series done by Studio Dean?
Hopefully never.
Maybe we get the Heaven's Feel series done by Trigger or something. I just throwing out random names, but
Trigger jumps in like, we want to get in on this Fate.
Actually, it'd be kind of hilarious if Trigger actually did do a Fate show, but then like kind of Triggerized it, like it changed the aesthetic and everything. But anyway,
no, that's not the one.
Fate Stay Night or Fate La Kill. And everyone is just a scissor wielding woman in limited clothing.
I don't know if you guys remember, we covered Fate Extra, which was done by Shaft. They shafted it up like they do, which I really enjoyed. So yeah, getting like, I mean, I would love to see Shaft do some more Fate, but Trigger.
So
would
unless
be a good choice.
And maybe these were the same show that I'm thinking of, but like I feel like we've seen a couple of Fates. There was the one where they were on the moon.
That was Fate Extra.
And then there's the one that like had the teams, like red versus black or whatever.
Fate Apocrypha, which was done by A1.
Gotcha.
Oh my god, has every studio done Fate?
Actually, like, that'd be kind of badass if like Fate is just the thing that like kind of is the one link between every big anime studio.
Get Madhouse to do a season, get
hell yeah, dude.
Production IG to do a season. Oh, I'd be down. I'd be so down.
There was a video game franchise that was like that. It was like a license that just anybody could get. Shit,
Star
I
Wars?
can't remember. Actually, back in the day, well, that was LucasArts mostly. Back in the day. Shit, I can't remember, but it was like a license. Like everybody was making this game. Oh no, it's Warhammer. That's what I'm thinking of.
Oh yeah.
Oh, but you're thinking like development studios.
Right.
Gotcha. Not
like everybody can get Warhammer shit. My understanding is that they want it that way.
That's
where it's like you can.
Yeah, different developers with different specialties will kind of like do their treatment of the Warhammer universe. So like the Total War guys did Total War Warhammer Total War, I think it was called. I think I forget who it was, but someone else did kind of like a sort of like more traditional RTS style Warhammer. Of course, you've got like Space Marine, which is more of like an action game. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of different Warhammer stuff out there.
Yep.
Yeah, that Warhammer license is I can't remember. I think I read somewhere that whoever controls that license is just does it cheap. They're just like they just want to saturate it. They just want Warhammer everywhere for everyone, because it helps get people into the actual game where they actually make their money.
Yep.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. It's kind of similar to like Stephen King selling short story licenses to students for $1. Like he sells it to film students. Some of his short story licenses. He's like, I'll sell you the license to make this as a student film for $1.
That's kind of cool, actually. Yeah.
Azure
Lane. Because he wrote all these short stories in a cocaine fueled like hotel room. His face is buried in a mountain of cocaine. He's just pumping out short stories.
The other show
he's basically the price he charges is just enough to comp him for the cocaine.
He doesn't remember writing Cujo.
Can I finish up? Is that?
Yeah, sorry.
Azure Lane already talked about it a little bit. I really like it. The story actually is pretty decent. For a game adaptation, it doesn't feel like a game adaptation. Like it feels like they took the world and wrote a story about it. Which is nice. Ideally, that's how all game adaptations work. So why anime that are adaptations of games feel a need to incorporate the mechanics of the game in the anime is beyond me.
Hey, this cart's here, and you can do small purchases at the cart.
Okay, except that one was actually funny because it was ironic. But yes. We talked about the dip in animation quality, so they're taking a pretty long break, like a really long break, before they release episode 11. There are still 67 days and 17 hours until it airs, according to AniList.
Do they have a countdown timer running? Like, what the?
Oh, they said when it was coming back, and so yeah, AniList puts in the release date for every episode so that it tells you how long until the next episode airs.
I just love the idea of a dedicated website that's like counting down just a ticking clock.
It's like one of those like novelty sites where like the URL is like, is this series back on the air yet? And then just kind of like pops up with a yes or no or whatever.
Is Azure Lane airing? No. It's good. Watch it. If you want like a decent story about boat girls, for some reason I don't understand why it does that. If you're like, oh, boat girls, this is batshit insane. Yes, and it's good enough that it's worth watching.
I want to go back and watch it.
Also, support the agenda.
Yep.
Speaking of which, kind of a funny just anecdote. This morning, I'm in a fantasy football league, and without spending too much time explaining context, there's a thing where whoever wins the league gets to put their waifu on the trophy for the next year.
Nice.
Oh man, that's the best fantasy football league.
And so the guy who won this year is like kind of, I think there's like a bit because he's actually on a podcast about pitching anime to him. So it's like we're gonna try to make an anime that our non-anime loving friend would like. But I don't think he has a waifu that he would want to put on the trophy, and so someone's suggesting what was it? The running back for the Seahawks, Russell. And so there's like a really cool like kind of action figure statue of him that's like, hey, you can put this on the trophy. I'm like, wait, so is he a waifu now? And then that kind of devolved into like I was imagining an anime that is just the NFL. But like all the players just are like interpreted as cute girls, kind of Kantai collection style. But then I was like,
God.
or you could anthropomorphize the teams, and that actually got a pretty decent response. So imagine an NFL anime where each of the teams is a cute anime girl.
That could be really good.
One of the guys in the show was like, I would
bad.
Yeah, it would it would be both.
I'd be absolutely 100% down to watch that. That sounds incredible.
What's funny is like after that conversation, like, you have kind of like the shower thoughts. And so like through my head, it was kind of running, like I could kind of picture what the show might actually play out like. And I was like, I think I would watch this. So anyway.
Do they live in a house together? Like, is it a Big Brother type of situation where they live in a house?
There was kind of like a few scenarios that ran through my head. And one is that it's like, if it's not actually like called a high school, it's kind of more like they all sort of like live on the campus that is like the NFL, whatever. Or it's something along the lines of like I was kind of imagining like the character that represents the team in kind of the same way that in Azure Lane, like they can kind of like project planes or, have like the boat parts or whatever else. They kind of like project out players. And so I don't know if they'd be like actual players, but like
you turn it into like you turn it into like a game. Okay, so it's a high school club anime.
Mm-hmm.
All right. But the club is this imaginary game that's basically like board game football,
Mm.
and that's what the club is.
But it's
That's
kind of
what
like
they
virtual. So like
Right.
you're actually like, you know, in this space and you're like, you know, throwing the ball and stuff like that, but then you've got a bunch of other virtual players around you that kind of
It's a Madden club basically, but like anime fight.
so it's almost like the gamers anime, but the teams are personified as girls in the club, and so they're just like playing a video game.
Yes, that could work.
That could work. I mean,
work.
there are a lot of ways you can kind of treat it, and like they get more and more absurd potentially.
Hold on a
to where-
second. I have to call the NFL.
I'm not sure how much of an overlap there is between like people who want NFL content and people who want anime content. I mean, it's probably it's probably a decently big thing, but I don't think that the NFL has much vested interest in breaking into anime.
Chris, when you first said your thing about like they all live in a dorm on campus or whatever, it's like, oh, and the
Commissioner.
No. The person in dorms who's like responsible for making sure everyone follows the rules.
Like as a referee.
I know the word you're thinking of.
I'm thinking like the resident assistant.
President, yes.
Yeah.
Is the NFL themselves personified, or you can go for the commissioner or pick anyone to make a cute girl out of. And
yes, Mr. League. I've got a great licensing idea.
Like a play goes under review, and it's just like someone like kind of
So my other thought was that referee would just be a single character, and they'd just show up sometimes and say something that had nothing to do with the scene that was happening, and then like throw a flag and walk away. Or that idea needs a little bit of workshopping.
There's just like quirky personal interactions like throughout the course of the school day or whatever, and then like just a ref comes in and throws a flag and like calls like offsides, 15-yard penalty or something. I don't know. But I mean, like there's so many ways you could go with it. Like it kind of just depends on like, do you want it to be like goofy or do you want it to be action?
I absolutely want this to be like goofy, absurdist,
like slice of life with NFL teams, anthropomorphized.
That absolutely works.
Well, that's all the shows that we watched, and then one that we didn't because it doesn't exist yet. Someone get on that. You're welcome for the 10 of 10 idea. Like you're just gonna be raking in cash. And it's our fault, and we're not gonna see any of it. But
can we copyright the concept for an NFL show? Are we allowed to do that?
I don't think so because we don't have the license for it. But you know, like you don't have to pay us. It's cool. Just like include our names in the credits, and then
at the very end, in the thanks, right next to the joke thanks that you do.
So, Virtual Son is Looking. Is a show that we had
it's a
to
show
watch.
we've seen.
It was
the worst anime of the year.
It was the first. It was the worst anime of the year. It was also the first worst anime of the season that we decided we were going to sit down and watch all of.
Yes.
Appropriate.
That wasn't winter, was it? That was spring.
That was the winter season.
Oh, have we?
I think it was the same.
Oh, we really have done 4 of these because it was Virtual Son, and then it was the 2 idol shows, and then.
It was Shinjuku.
Oh man, so that really so it's been a while.
When we did two idol shows in a row, I was like really worried that we were gonna do another idol show this season.
Because Virtual Son is like on the edge of idol. Like it's not an idol show, but it's like it's about real life.
It is internet
idols,
celebrities. Yeah.
Celebrities.
Yeah.
It's kind of idol adjacent.
It's a show about YouTubers, basically, like a sketch show with YouTubers. I have a feeling that exists. Did YouTube Red do something like that?
I know they've like had YouTubers like act in series. I'm not sure if they've ever done like kind of more of a meta, like the interactions of these YouTube personas. But I wouldn't be surprised if it exists.
I don't know.
Imagine the annoying orange television show, but worse.
Actually, I mean, I've never seen Annoying Orange, but I feel like I would honestly rather watch Virtual Son than Annoying Orange. Like if we're gonna do the tournament arc of like worst anime versus worst Western shows and like see who comes out on top.
Oh God.
I feel like given our definition of worst or least watchable, I feel like the anime almost have to be more interesting than like the least watchable Western stuff.
Probably. Yeah.
I'm not sure why I feel that way.
Probably just because
the
like
worst show ever made in the West is Big Bang Theory.
We're kind of
Like,
predisposed in
and it's
favor
the worst
of anime.
show ever made.
I mean, like we're doing an anime podcast and not like a Western TV podcast because we enjoy anime more, I guess. Broadly
There's also
speaking,
too much fucking Western TV, and a lot of it is just basic. It's the network equivalent of shovelware. It's like it's garbage.
So is a lot of anime, to be fair.
That's true too.
I guess too, it comes down to like what is your least watchable show, and I'm thinking about that now, wondering if the criteria for that is changing a little bit for me. With the exception of Shinchuka, our first 3 least watchable shows were all like, well, I guess Ensemble Stars wasn't quite as much, but the first 2 were just batshit insane, right? And so they're bad shows, and they're insane in bad ways, but they are insane, and that makes them kind of interesting.
I think
And so
quality plays into it too, though,
for me
because
now-
Virtual Son looked like garbage.
Yeah, that too. One of the problems we had with Ensemble Stars, I think the reason that it placed higher in our worst anime of the year bracket than Shiny 7 Stars, King of Prism, is because Ensemble Stars was more boring. Like it was just poorly executed, and there wasn't the insanity there that was as annoying.
Yeah, I think when we were discussing it after the fact, I was talking about how, in my view, it was a solid show of its sort, where like if you're into like that sort of school day idol thing, like it's a very sort of straightforward and like, you know, decently produced, decently told story of that kind. And it's also just not at all up our alley. And so like, at least with something like King of Prism, like it was kind of, you know, batshit crazy enough that like, you know, even those of us who aren't into that sort of show could kind of like find something to chuckle at, I suppose. But like Ensemble Stars, because it was just kind of like a straightforward presentation of something we're not interested in, there's really nothing for us to care about in it.
Yeah.
Whereas the other ones were just like, yeah, they were weird and bad and kind of WTF inducing. So that might have
they also just didn't look great though either. Like
Yeah.
I think there's something that's like inherently a turn off about a show that just doesn't look like they put the work into it to make it look good.
Yeah, I mean, with Virtual Son, like their aesthetic is actually, I think, very appropriate given their premise.
Yeah. It's perfect for the what it's trying to do, because
If
it
you're
is
gonna
what
make-
it's trying to do.
Yeah, if you're gonna make that show, that's how you make it. Granted, I think you do a better job with storytelling and show planning, but
I also imagine that if you're the kind of person who watches these VTubers regularly, which is who that show is targeted for,
Yes.
you're probably more used to that aesthetic. I found the aesthetic bothering me less as we watched more of it.
I think that's Stockholm syndrome a little bit. Because
get used to it.
Right, exactly. That VTuber thing, we should say, because we're talking about the show anyway. It's the aesthetic is that you have these avatars. They're CG avatars that are done in an anime style that are well, a lot of them are done in anime style. Some of them are a little different. But like one of them's a gorilla. But they do like it's almost like a filter on your cell phone where they have the 3D anime avatar mapped to you as you like record yourself or something like that. It's the Apple does this. What's it called?
The
Are you talking about?
Animojis.
Yeah, Animojis.
Yes. Right, where you it like maps it to your face and you can be a unicorn or whatever.
Man, I didn't use those once when I had my iPhone.
It was a weird idea that was. I think it works better with the Memoji thing. I think people are using that more, using that same system but with their Memoji.
I could see that, I guess.
But
except that I also can't. Like, I can't. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Anyway, that's
We're here to
basically
talk
what it
about
is.
anime,
And so
not
you
Apple.
So you put that on the internet. It's a video of you doing your thing as this avatar, and the avatar is its own character, and it's a role playing kind of thing in an interesting way, and all this stuff. That's what it is.
So
it's kind of like the YouTubers who are just a cartoon avatar that has like 3 poses.
So just as an example, I'm linking right now a video from Fujiaoi, one of the characters that was in Virtual Sun. So like they do different sorts of content, but this is kind of what Dean's describing right now. This is kind of the just sort of like forward facing, like, you know, kind of virtual puppet, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. I was having trouble like getting there.
So I don't know if you just want to like, we've linked it in chat. I don't know if you want to like show it up on the screen or something like that.
Oh, I put it in chat and then my tab crashed.
Oh, nice.
And
then there's also like when I went to this channel, the first thing that popped up was like a music video kind of featuring this character, almost like Hatsune Miku style, where they just sort of have like this 3D
like
music video with this character. Yeah. So kind of
it's
a virtual idol, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's an interesting sort of genre of content creation that exists that doesn't really seem to exist here either. Like the West, for some reason, it hasn't been a thing here.
Yeah, we might have like 1 or 2 kind of like gimmick channels where a character or a puppet or something like that is kind of the one doing things. But I think we're more likely to have, you know, the creators take on a persona of like, so like, you know, I'm not really like this in real life, at least not to this extent, but I'm kind of like playing up this aspect of myself, or sort of playing this character kind of almost like Stephen Colbert style, to be like, this is my personality on YouTube. But it's more, we don't really go so much to the like, here's my animated avatar that's kind of the face of this,
right? It's a way that is a way that some people can produce a video cheaply. Like we do have the, you know, 4 or 5 pose animated avatar thing, but it's
we've
2D
we've
drawing.
got like the crazy talks and that sort of thing, but
right.
Those are, at least in my experience, almost universally just used by people trying to do like these like really dumb get rich quick things where it's like, hey, all you have to do is just put out, you know, 200 automatically generated videos that point to your website, and you get Amazon affiliate links and people buy things and you make thousands of dollars a month, and it never works and it always looks like crap, man.
Well, there's that. There's also though people who do it for like video essays. Aiden Paladin does this, where she does like these thick, like dense, well-researched essays that deal with like cultural issues. She's a practicing research psychologist, I believe.
What's the one video game channel that does that too? They use like kind of like flash animation sort of. I'm gonna look them up real quick. But go ahead.
But it's literally just
Zero
her,
Escape?
like her avatar is just her with a martini glass, and she's like sitting in front of a vaporwave sunset, and there's like 5 poses, and then there's a lot of obviously stock film, you know, kind of dropped in, and you know, especially behind like she cites the sources, the studies that she's using, and so like there'll be stock film with the citation on it, you know, that kind of illustrates. But regardless, that's kind of,
I feel like there was another example I thought about bringing up, and I don't know that it's relevant, but it's like the CGP Grey style, where he's got a persona that's like just a smiley face, and it's not really important. The stick figure. It's not really important. It shows up very rarely because his video is always about other things, and he uses that kind of stick figure art style to animate what the video is about, which is not.
Yeah, he's recently done some live action stuff too, but he like never shows his face in those. So yeah, just kind of like the whole idea of like the creator, the persona, whatever, where you don't actually see a face, you only see some sort of representation or something like that.
It's kind of like
The-
folding ideas a little, except for that's a puppet and these are CG.
The thing that stuck out to me about all these examples we've mentioned is in the Western sense, the persona seems to matter less. It's a way to deliver other types of content. And in the case of VTubers, the persona is the content. And I don't know.
Yeah, that's an interesting distinction to draw.
From what I've gathered, there are some because I did some like very, very, very light and cursory research. So I'm not speaking as from any sort of position of expertise here, but I remember after we watched Virtual Sign, I sort of like looked up the phenomenon just to kind of get a little bit of a better sense of what's happening. And so there was like someone on YouTube, I think, who was kind of like introducing one of these characters. I think it actually was Fujiaoi, which is maybe why it came to mind. But she was talking about like, oh yeah, so like this VTuber is someone who creates this sort of content. And so like I think in that case it actually was sort of like a more informational thing.
Thanks, Claptrap.
So it was kind of more of like an informational channel that I think is like sort of branched down to other things. But then I think it's pretty clear, even just watching Virtual Son, like, oh yeah, this character's gimmick is like their videos are probably like these like little 30-second shorts where they scream this thing in some other weird quirky situation or something like that.
Right. There was the one that was the mailbag sort of segment, where it was frenetic and they were just screaming bad answers to letters that they got.
That was one of my favorite segments.
It wasn't like here in a show of annoying frenetic action, and not action in the sense that it was actiony, action in the sense that just there's just shit load happening all at once. Some of those were the better bits. Like some of those that were just a thing were the better ones than like the space exploration skit that was like just shit happening and they were all developing these weird powers and they were getting big and they were getting small and they were turning into bubbles, like whatever. It was just weird and not that weird is bad, but it's like it was just bad. It was weird and bad, and the presentation was bad, and it was frenetic, and it was confusing, and it was annoying. Meanwhile, the mailbag thing it's just a mailbag segment, and those were the better ones, I think, in the show.
It was weird and not bad, or not as bad.
Right, and it was less annoying because it's like, okay, this is the bit. They answer a letter poorly and scream about it and then run away.
Also, as weird as this is to say, it was one of the more diverse segments. You're like, but it's a mailbag. It's the same thing every time, but they're answering differing questions. That's not a whole lot of diversity. And you're right. There was still more diversity than most of the other segments.
It was. It absolutely was.
The grandma who talked about toilet paper and the way the world were. Oh, buddy.
I think that was actually my favorite segment.
Oh, yeah?
I really do, because it was just a boomer going like, this is the way the world used to be.
I can see that, I guess. Like the first one or two were fine. That one got old to me real fast.
Well, there was information in it, which I thought was what made it kind of valuable. And then she would didn't she fly away like a rocket?
Yep.
Or did it just end? That was
in a couple cases she flew away. I don't remember if that was every time or not.
Yeah, I'd be curious. I think we mentioned this back when we were talking about it in the winter. Like, I'd be curious to actually see some more of these people's content, and see like if it at least makes a little bit more sense in their kind of natural habitat, so to speak. And to what extent like each one is kind of doing their thing, maybe slightly adapted for the show. And how many of them are kind of just like doing something totally random. It's just like, hey, here's my character in this new context now. But
yeah, I got the feeling that some of that was that. I got the feeling that some of that was like the spaceship thing. I don't know anything about any of those characters, but I got the feeling that was just taking several VTubers and putting them in a situation Like that's not the content that they make generally. It's just they just were like, how do we get these people together and interacting? And they just dropped them there and had them do dumb shit.
Yeah, I'm curious because I also like I think my instinct would have been that they were like an existing ensemble. I don't know if that space thing is where they're typically what they're doing, but
they definitely seemed to like know their roles, right? The straight man and the everyone else.
There was a ditzy girl, and there was a like they were all very I mean, cardboard cutout type of personalities.
It's definitely possible that like their VTubers tend to take more of those roles naturally, and so they fit together in this really nice way. That's being more generous than I intended it to be, but
yeah, or like they built the ensemble based on those personalities. Where it's like
that's definitely possible, but there felt like a little bit of pre-existing synergy there. But I
or they're
don't know.
just friends. Like I mean, I know. I mean, cross. What's the word I'm thinking of? Collaborations. Those kinds of things happen all the time on platforms like YouTube and stuff. So you have like videos where, like just thinking about one of my personal favorites, Linus Tech Tips. Talk like he'll have episodes where like Wendell is on. Wendell from I think next level tech something can't remember, but he's like a Linux guy, and so he'll have Wendell on to talk about Linux stuff, and they'll be doing a Linux thing or something like that. Where I don't know, like maybe that kind of cross, sort of cross character collaboration existed already with that group of 5 or 4 or whatever it was characters.
Yeah, so like maybe a good parallel there too is I was actually thinking about this a little bit earlier with the collabs, like Michael from Vsauce, if you're familiar with that guy. I don't watch a ton of his stuff. I've seen a decent
Vsauce, Michael here.
Exactly. And so like, you know, he's been a featured guest on like all sorts of different YouTube things, and sometimes he's actually there in kind of a very sort of Vsauce-y thing. Like he'll even like do his bit just happens to be like on like as a part of this other video. Sometimes he's there and he's like kind of talking about science or whatever else. And sometimes he'll just make an appearance and like just kind of play like a bit role. And you very often when that happens, it's still sort of like playing on like some maybe exaggerated version of his persona where like I forget the exact example that I'm thinking of, but like he was kind of like harassing these other people, and it's like, hey, do you want to hear some, like they go to him for something, they just like needed to like him to answer a question or give him something, and then he's kind of just like out on the street and like he's just like wanting to tell science facts to whoever happens to pass by. So it's like, hey, do you want to hear about it? And they're just like, nope, and they walk away just quickly as possible. But like, so that I think that's kind of maybe an interesting, if you want to look for like a Western example, maybe like that would be one possible example of like, here is a character on YouTube that has appeared in different contexts, depending on what the nature of the show is. But you can also understand what his actual, like, this is his main content here. This is what he's known for.
Yeah.
And it's not always what he's doing in the collabs.
Right. That's one of the things that the LTT and like iJustine have done a few collaboration episodes where it's like,
is iJustine still doing stuff on YouTube?
Oh yeah.
Damn, good for her.
And she's still pretty big.
That's a name from 10 years ago.
I know. That's the thing, is like she's managed to parlay it into a pretty dedicated core fan base that keeps making her money.
Man, that's like she 70 in internet years.
I haven't watched iJustine since the only people on YouTube were Equals3, iJustine, and Philip DeFranco.
Yeah. Well, she still does, like, they did a video where she and one of Linus's editors like had an edit off. And like it was supposed to be like the framing device for it was Mac versus PC video editing, but that doesn't really matter. It's the same regardless.
Like you can get Premiere on both.
Right. Well, they did Premiere and Final Cut. Like it's supposed to be head to head, but it's you know, the tool is at the mercy of the user, so it doesn't matter. That was the ultimate that's what ended up happening in the thing. Is they're like, the tool is the tool. I mean, you do what you can with it and what you want with it, because the tools are pretty well built out anyway. But in any case, things like that exist. I'm and I don't know how much of that was in this show. The mailbag segment kind of felt like that to me too, where it's like those two characters.
And when you say mailbag, are you talking about like the bottom line, or are you talking about like the little? Okay, because there's also the thing where they did like near the end of a bunch of the episodes, maybe all of them, where they're all just kind of like in like a room together and like chattering about like some question or something that was posed to all of them.
Right.
That was like the very last scene. I think the closing scene on every episode was when they did that, and yeah, those characters did not all have chemistry with each other.
No. But no, I was talking about the bottom line, like where they have like those two characters seemed like they could be separate VTubers who were doing this thing together in the show. We spent a long time talking about this show and like the context around it. But I think it's necessary because the context around it is the only thing that makes this make sense.
Right. Yeah, if you just watch it unto itself, like, and we talked about this again in our review of it, but it was watching through the season, it is just a lot of the same bits over and over again. And so either you like the bit and you enjoy that it's the same thing over and over again, or you hate the bit and you just suffer through it every time it comes up.
Yep.
And I felt like it
feels
was
like the worst stack of SNL.
Yep.
Or actually more like all that, where it's like they have their pre-built skits and they just do the skits over and over, like where it's the same chunks.
You know what it reminds me of a little bit? Did you guys ever watch Between the Lions on PBS back in the day?
Yes, it was very much like that.
I did, but it's been so long ago I don't remember it.
So the reason I bring up this comparison, I'm sure this isn't the only show to do something like this, but they would always have, I think like Sesame Street did stuff along these lines too, where they would have like, and now it's time for this thing. And so it's like, it's the specific, like character or the specific little bit they're doing. Like the one that I remember in particular is Cliffhanger. And so like they had this guy who was like hanging from the side of a cliff, and I forget if he has to like spell something or read something. I forget what it was, but then like every time like he thinks he's about to recover, but then he like, falls down further and grabs onto something. And so you end on a cliffhanger. And then like, so that was just always the bend. It's like this like little 1-2 minute segment, maybe even shorter.
I think he has to spell things. I think he spells things because it's a spelling test style thing. So it's like it has a theme for what he's spelling. It's all coming back to me now. There's a theme for what he's spelling, and so it's words with like OU in it. And so he'll be spelling those words as he's like trying to get up the cliff, and then he falls and grabs on, and then it ends.
Yeah, and so like. In that show, and they would change up which segments they did. There were some that were there like almost every episode, some that only showed up every now and then. And so it's almost like that, except you've got like a smaller overall repertoire. And you repeat those same ones every time. And just like in Between the Lions, like, you're probably going to start to like find your favorites and the ones you don't care so much about and stuff like that. And that's kind of what happened here, where like, every time Fujiaoi and the gorilla would show up and they would do like a little like, Fuji Park promo, like that was one that we all enjoyed because it was just like short and funny and hard. But then like every time say like if you didn't like the grandmother comes on, you're like, oh my god. That one I didn't mind as much, honestly. You had a little bit of progression in the like the guys trying to like meet the fairy queen or whatever that was.
Yeah, that was.
And then it like crossed over one point.
The season, if I remember correctly, that they started doing.
I forgot about that. There was like a 2D bit in there that they weren't all 3D like mocap maps. There was a 2D one in there too that was very much like the 2D avatars in Western videos that we were talking about. That he's just like walking through a cave. He's like he's got like his 5 poses or whatever, and he's walking through a cave doing shit.
There's like the little like fireball guy who was also 2D, and sometimes they would like mix like 2D and 3D together and kind of,
My memory of this is a little fuzzy, but my memory of that is that the first one of those segments was really good because they the joke they did was that like the characters were on different planes and
they
couldn't interact.
They messed with like they reordered the they
That was,
reordered
they had the like Photoshop filters or whatever that was changing which layers they were on.
the layers.
yeah,
like
so
they
guy
had
who
the
wanted to-
Photoshop thing.
Yeah, like the little goblin guy or whoever who wanted to meet the fairy queen like was facing the wrong way, so they dragged his lair the other direction so he could actually face her.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
And you like saw the frame of Photoshop around it,
Mhm,
and like there was a
mhm.
mouse interacting with the actual buttons in the
Mhm.
Photoshop frame. That was good. That was funny. And then it just became
The same.
bleh.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And then, oh my god, the freaking like confessional thing with the horseman who is like, sister, I need help with this problem. And then like, right as she's about to like answer something like he's about to ask, he gets shoved out of the way by some other girl.
One of
and
the
then
other
she asks something.
characters.
And he there's always like some new way that he's like kind of wedged into like the corner of the wall. And then like in the last episode,
The one of those that was good was when he hits the wall and he's like he's the was it Vishnu, where it's like a
Oh, yeah.
multi-armed.
that was actually pretty good. Yeah, and so like here and there, like they sometimes would actually like capitalize on these setups in some kind of humorous ways. But the problem that you run into is that there were just like a few highlights and a bunch of otherwise crappy stuff. It's kind of like the same problem that I had with Pop Team Epic, where like if it was just hilarious all the way through, like, yeah, sure, let's watch that all again with slight twists, and especially if like there was actually like you could expect significant twists and not just switching the VO. But like if it's not totally funny all the way through, you're not going to want to watch that same thing again, right? And so like if the format was just like always consistently hilarious and you loved it every time, then I could deal with this format that they went with. But because it was just maybe we get something funny once in 13,
Right.
that's a little bit more painful to get through.
It was, and I'm very much of the mind personally that Pop Team Epic should have been the short, and they shouldn't have done the second half thing. Even though the jokes do change, I still think they should have picked the best one and done a short. But regardless, the I think being a short would have benefited this show as well.
Yeah.
Because having it be full-length episodes was tedious. It was such a slog. If they shuffled it more and they did like a set of those skits for a 12-minute episode, and then they did another set for the next 12-minute episode, and then go back to that first set and continue them for the I just bumped my mic for the next 12-minute episode or whatever. I think that would have been way better than going with full-length 22-minute episodes.
I agree.
Like maybe you have like some of them that are in like 9 of the 12 episodes, some that only maybe get shown like 3 of the 12 times.
Well,
I mean, I
they
say
did
that,
with
but
a couple of them too.
Yeah.
Like I think the cast of recurring ones they had was too large, but like one of my favorite ones was Unity-chan, and she was only in a couple episodes.
Yeah, and she was great actually. But that's also something that like we're familiar with. But I did at that point though. We're still polishing a turd, kind of.
Yeah.
Because like it's still not good. It's bad. It's just we watched it and found we had to find the funny to get fucking through it.
Yeah,
You know
and
what I mean?
I could see how like people who are fans of one or preferably like maybe say like at least half of these or at least are aware of a bunch of them, like fans of these might like have really enjoyed seeing their favorite people in these contexts and like kind of like, oh yeah, that's funny how they crossed over these two characters that I like. In the same way that I think at the time we made the comparison of like, what if you were to get a bunch of YouTubers together and do something along these lines? For me, it would depend on the YouTubers. If it's like kind of just like, pick your like, 5 top people that are the top because they're popular with 12-year-olds with too much free time. Like that's a very different show than like the top YouTubers.
Shots fired on PewDiePie. Wow.
But then like take like, the top YouTubers in like this particular area that are popular with a totally different demographic that's more up my alley. And I might actually be super into that.
If you take Folding Ideas and Vsauce, Michael, and the like some of the people who I feel like we are probably
crossover all the
in-
nerds, right? You know, like that's a very different
Right.
thing than crossover like Logan Paul and whoever else was big at Logan Paul time or something.
Crossover H3H3, Joe Rogan, Philip DeFranco, and you just have a podcast. Like,
yeah, that's all that is. Actually, Philly D, you say that Philly D's appearances on Joe Rogan are really fun to listen to. But
has he been on
anyway,
Joe Rogan? I need to go watch.
Yeah, a couple
those.
times. They're older, but yeah. Joe Rogan is Oprah for men, but
Yes.
and that's absolutely fine. I'm absolutely okay with admitting that and enjoying it.
I thought Oprah was Oprah for men.
But I don't know. I feel like the way that this show operates, they I don't know. It just feels like it's lacking. And I guess I felt like this. Okay, because this is I think what this show is. You have a friend and you have this YouTube channel that you think is hilarious. It's so funny. But it's really only funny.
It's so funny.
And so you sit your friend down, and we've all done this. You sit your friend down to watch this video that you find hilarious. And as you're sitting there watching it, you realize maybe it was only funny in that time and place, or maybe it's only funny to me, but you feel this deep embarrassment because your friend is watching it like, I appreciate that you like this, but this isn't for me.
Or worst case scenario, I have a lesser opinion of you now as a person.
So it felt like I was the friend watching this the entire fucking time for, 22 minutes times 12. I felt like I was the friend being forced to sit down and watch this shit that my friend finds funny, but it's just bad in my opinion. And I think we all kind of felt that a little bit, where it's like I'm the friend being forced to watch these YouTube videos, but none of them are good. And everything here is boring and bad.
I mean, in a sense, we were all friends being forced to watch that series. So
Right.
Yes.
I see that you also were at Anime Night when it went off the rails and devolved into just what's the dumbest shit I can queue up on YouTube.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it is. Like that's what I felt like watching the show. I felt like the friend who was being showed something that's like just not funny or good, but I have to sit through it to be kind. And that's not like toward you guys, to be clear. That's not like a dig at you guys. That's the idea of like, if you take that feeling and that context and that situation and turn it into watching a shitty anime about VTubers, that's what it felt.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've definitely felt that thing too, where like, even if, like my brother, Nick, who's been on the show before, like really enjoys this one, video game streamer, and he is funny, and like I can definitely see that. But then like, he'll come over and like we'll queue up like a few different videos, and I just see like 3 hours worth of like 3 different just like live stream recordings, and I'm like, I'm not in the mood to watch 3 hours of streaming right now.
Yep.
And there's some of those segments like from that guy that like I enjoy better. So like if it's like the Sunday stream or something like that, that feels a little bit more like a variety show, and it tends to be funnier just because it's like, a bunch of like really terrible games or something like that. But then like, it's like, I'm sure this playthrough of this legitimate game is funny and entertaining and cool, but it's just like, I don't watch that sort of stuff very often.
Part of that is because, and I've done this to people, like I've shown people Funhouse videos, and it's like, they just don't enjoy it as much as I do. And part of it is because you do end up developing a deeper appreciation for the people on camera. So they can make a joke that you, with the context of having seen a lot of their shit, understand on a level that somebody who hasn't seen that stuff before isn't gonna pick up on. They're just not, because they're not familiar with it the same way you are.
Try introducing anyone to Homestar Runner.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm like, that's what I felt like watching this. I felt like the friend who's watching the YouTube videos that his friends really like, but hasn't seen any of it before, and is just like, this is all bad. And then on top of that, it looked bad. So it's double bad.
Well, that was a whole lot more of talking about Virtual Son. Shall we talk about our best anime of the year, Carol and Tuesday, for a little bit?
Yes.
Sounds good.
All right. So, Chris, you got a chance to watch the rest of this, and Dean did not. I am trying to remember.
I wanted to. I still want to.
If I ever talked about the second season on the podcast, or
you talked about it in broad terms, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Dean has said he doesn't care about spoilers, so we're going to go ahead and spoil the second half of Carol and, well, we're going to spoil all of Carol and Tuesday, but focusing on the second half, I assume, because we've already covered the first half pretty thoroughly.
Yep.
Do we remember how the first half ended?
They had just won the reality show.
Well, they didn't technically win.
They didn't win because they were eliminated, or rather they had to forfeit, but then they were allowed to perform.
They were
and
late,
there was the stalker and something else happened, but I can't remember.
It wasn't the stalker so much as it was like the kind of like clingy fan who was also a contestant. And so she kind of like sabotaged Tuesday when Tuesday kind of rejected her, so to speak, or she read it as projection. And then, but yeah, so they were able to perform in the finals, and
there was demand. It was like, let them perform, and so they were able to perform.
So Angela won, and it was offered, we're gonna debut you guys, we're gonna give you a contract and debut you, but then also we're gonna do that with Carol and Tuesday. This is an unprecedented thing. We're actually gonna let like 2 people be debuted,
and then they were being interviewed afterward, and I think that's pretty much where the first half ends.
So I think it's like the first thing that happens in episode 13 is they go to have a meeting with that record label, and their manager, Gus, is Gus his name? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
He's like, do you want money or freedom? He's like, you get one. And they're like
both.
I remember this. I saw this episode. Yeah. I might have seen a few episodes of the second half.
I thought I could be misremembering, and this could be in the first half. But anyways, he goes in and they just flat out reject that offer, and they decide that they're going to self-publish their first album. So they go and find this legendary producer who's living in a slum, basically. And he's real scary and real mean, and they play like tens to hundreds of songs for him, and he picks like 1 out of every 10 approximately that he thinks is good enough to go on the album. So throughout the entire second half, that is going on, which, all right, that's fine. But then there's also the political stuff with Angela's mom becomes more important, as she's very much a like Trump allegory.
Okay.
You're talking about Tuesday's mom? I think you might have said Angela, unless I misheard.
Yes, I did. Yep, sorry, Tuesday's mom. Very anti-immigration.
She seemed like she was a nationalist kind of politician.
Well, also, what's interesting about her thing too is that she and like Tuesday kind of talks about this throughout the season as well, when she's trying to kind of like cooperate with a journalist who's trying to undermine her mom. But it's like that's not really her. Like she doesn't really discriminate against people. She's basically told to act this way by her pollster.
Yeah. And then we did talk about this a little bit, but that at one point leads to Jerry organizing a terrorist attack on a convention center or something. I don't remember.
It was actually the like weather tower. So it's part of the way that they kind of like climate control at least that region.
Right.
And so when that thing is blown up, it actually like they have their first winter there ever. Because they're not, generating the heat they typically would. So it gets really cold. because Mars is a cold place.
Blames it on immigrants to increase anti-immigrant sentiment, to increase Tuesday's mom's standing in the polls. And it works. It leads to anti-immigration sentiment, which leads to the current administration cracking down on immigration and illegal immigrants a lot more, even though the current president of Mars doesn't have the same views.
Not so protectionist and
yeah.
He's the incumbent too, so it's the opponent of Tuesday's mom. So.
Yeah. We meet one of, and this also kind of plays out over the entire second half. Part of it is we meet one of Carol's friends from when she was in the orphanage on Earth. Yes, Carol. I'm making sure that I get all my names right now. And he has also become a musician, but he's kind of become a gang leader since Carol knew him, and she doesn't like it, so they talk and he makes some music, and then he gets arrested and thrown in jail for his green card expiring. And then he makes a song in jail that's real good, and a lot of people like it. And then
so I think they said too that like his green card had expired like something like 10 years ago, like basically when he first arrived at Mars. And he was able to stay there, but the timing of the arrest was right after the protest song he puts out. So
that's right. It was
like kind of a very obvious like why this timing, and it's clear that it's because it's basically censorship.
And then one of the artists from the big music concert they did, whose name I forget, he also
Crystal?
puts out no, not Crystal, I
know who you're talking about,
the dude, the bass player.
Yeah, I forget his name.
He also puts out a kind of a protest song, and then
he was introduced in the first half, but I remember him being cool. Like his character was cool.
He was very cool throughout the entire season. He also puts out a protest song and gets arrested, and like the group he's with is harassed by the police in like a very racist sort of way. How do I want to the other thing that happens is Angela actually falls into like real heavy drug abuse and depression.
And I think you mentioned that at one point when you were talking about the second half a while back. And it was interesting to me because you referenced drug use, but it was interesting to me that when I actually saw it, it's like, oh, it's not like she just started like doing cocaine or whatever else she might have done, or heroin or something like that. It was actually just like prescription drug abuse for anxiety or depression or whatever it was she was dealing with. So that was kind of interesting too, because it's like, it's not just like, oh, hey, I'm rich now and I have money to blow on, whatever like recreational drugs there would be. It's actually like more a reflection of her mental health declining and then abusing the drugs for that.
That's an interesting direction to take it, because we had gotten we'd gotten in the first half at least some indications that the part of the industry she's in, the very produced and labely and all that other stuff, part of the industry that she's in, that's not the indie part that Carol and Tuesday are part of, is very like corporatized and soulless and
you get the impression too that actually that's not what's bugging her. What ends up happening is she is being stalked by someone, which really messes with her mental state, and like gets like really real. Like one person who was like she didn't seem to have any particular interest in him. He was just after her money, but like he's trying to kind of like make moves on her, and so the stalker notices that and then like takes over an automated car and like basically like runs them into a phone booth or something like that. And so like that really fucks with them. And then at one point the stalker actually makes an appearance at a concert she's about to go play. and looks like he's about to shoot her, but then the Tao, the manager, takes that guy down instead. And so she sees that happen, and she's like, nervous about the stalker, and then Tao gives her a thumbs up, and then she's like, okay, cool, I can go and enjoy this. And so she does the performance, and it all goes well. What actually starts to mess with her is when her mother, they get into an argument about her mother's dream is for her daughter to do this thing, and so she's kind of confronting her about like, oh, you've just been using me for your goals, you don't really care about
Living
me,
vicariously.
and then eventually her mom dies, and
It's-
that messed with her a lot.
before her mom dies, and not too long after they get in that fight, Angela finds out that she's adopted and that's not her biological mother.
Mhm.
And
I think they had shown earlier too that she is intersex or trans or
Mhm.
whatever it was.
Mhm.
They called it Martian androgyny. There's something about like growing on Mars or something like that can cause some people to develop very androgynous traits. Looked like it was somehow related to like intersex or something like that.
There was one other artist they talked to, like Carol and Tuesday talked to this person who was intersex, who was talking about like her hormones being affected and stuff like that.
So it makes sense. The adoption angle makes sense.
But we also see pictures of Angela's mom in her current or her previous state, which like you would believe like, oh, maybe it's her biological father or something like that. But no, it was just adoption. Yeah.
It seems like it's one of those situations too, like the way that they approach the Martian androgyny thing. It seems like one of those situations where it's like it's something that happens to you physiologically. It's not a lifestyle so much as it's like it just kind of happens to some people.
That's how they explained it with. I don't remember his name either. The artist in the wheelchair. I agree. It was phrased in a way so that it sounded like it was a side effect of living on Mars.
Yeah. There was also
you can definitely tell that it's a post transphobia society. Also, like nobody even really makes a big deal out of any of it. They'll point out like, oh yeah, you're androgynous or whatever, but then it's never like a discriminatory thing.
Right. The other thing too, you were talking about some of the stuff with Angela's storyline, and is that kind of the arc that she goes through?
So she goes through that. So like the stalker and then the drug abuse and mother dying. And then toward the end, she kind of does this turn where she's like realizing like, oh yeah, when I was younger, I just used to love to sing and I used to love music. And, to your point, Dean, coming back full circle to that with like, the industry kind of being demanding. She was kind of realizing that like, oh yeah, this whole time she's just been working toward her mother's goals and not singing just for the love of it. So she does kind of come back around to that at the end of like, yeah, I'm just going to do what I want because I want to.
It seems like in that storyline, in that character storyline, the show has a lot to say about like commercial art and fandom. Which I think is fascinating. It's an interesting conversation. It's an especially interesting conversation to have in mass-produced commercial art.
Actually, it might be worth noting too that something that really fucked with her, that kind of like was one of the turning points in her arc, is that Tao, using all his equipment and stuff that he'd been working with her with, actually creates an AI copy of her. And so when he has to go into hiding because he's starting to resist the money to people who are wanting him to lend his psychoanalysis expertise to politics, he kind of goes underground. He resists them, but at that point he says like, Angela, take this AI that I made of you, this AI copy. I've written your song and I've taught it to the AI and it's going to teach you how to perform it. And so at one point she's trying to do that, and her mom is insisting like, look, the AI is perfect and you're imperfect. You just need to try your best to copy the AI. And that really fucks with Angela because she's like, obviously there's like a little bit of an inferiority complex now to the AI version of yourself. And there's actually probably like we could go in depth, I imagine, with a kind of quasi psychoanalytic sort of look at like your idealized self versus your actual self, that sort of thing.
It's also an interesting thing that kind of expands into the show engages with actively. This is one of the things that's interesting about the show. Actively engages with social media. The show, Carol and Tuesday, the characters have a real life Instagram account that they post to in the show, and that post goes to the account that's on real life Instagram. And I find it interesting that they would do that thing where there's like this computer generated version of you that's perfect and that you are now compared to. That's social media. That's curating your life to appear on the internet in this this polished sort of way that's not real in the slightest, that you're now being compared to. It's interesting that they would touch on that in a show that does engage with social media in that way. I feel like that there's no way that's accidental. Like that's definitely an on purpose thing. Like this show is saying stuff. And it seems to be saying stuff in a way that's fair. Because the show itself having that Instagram account and engaging with social media in its own way, like the way that Carol and Tuesday engage with it, which is just like, hey, we just wrote a song. Here's a picture of us. Or whatever. And then also showing the other side of that kind of engagement where it's like, well, this social media thing, this computer generated me is a trap. It's a cage that I'm stuck in. And so it seems to be fair.
You kind of get like this cool, and we talked a lot about this when we were talking about maidens in your savage season. Oh, maidens in your savage season. But when we were talking about that, we were talking about how we really liked the sort of the two sides of various issues where like you've got a character who's going through one thing and a character going through the other thing. So you're able to have like this kind of internal discourse on the topic. And so between Angela and Carol and Tuesday, you get like the person who has instant success and fame and has to deal with kind of like that aspect of celebrity. And then you've got the side that's kind of like, you know, the struggling popular and rising artist who has to like kind of deal with like, you know, being on the outside of that, but you get the pros and cons of both in some really cool ways. And you also get things like, you know, there's a little arc with Erdogan. His financial bot basically like runs off with all his money. And so he goes broke. And so he's kind of dealing with like, what's his identity now that he's broke and people who are after his money aren't around anymore. And he has to kind of like rediscover his love of, you know, music in his own way.
That's
and then,
an
of course,
interesting arc to take that character on.
And then he has to kind of like grapple to with like what his past was. Like, you know, people kind of like pull up what he had done before he was the Erdogan they know now. And he's like really embarrassed by that and stuff like that. But then he, after he kind of resolves his actual personal issue, he finds the bot and gets his money back. And he's able to kind of recover in that way. But he's obviously changed at that point. He's not quite so much of an arrogant asshole.
I'm impressed that the show doesn't seem to be, based on your description of it, I'm impressed that the show doesn't seem to be taking like an ideological sort of stance where it's like just a boomer talking about how terrible today's technology is. But these are multifaceted things. Just like, I mean, and we've all experienced this. We've all met people online that have become friends. I would not have met you guys without Ingress. Like that's how I met you guys, was through Ingress and the people that I met through Ingress. I think I met Ryan first through Ingress and then I was introduced to you, Chris, later. So it's these are multifaceted things, and I think the show is kind of taking the stance that, based on again what you've said, the show is kind of taking the stance of like, look, these can be good or bad, and it's kind of up to us. What the way that we use it and treat it and how seriously we take it. Like this is sort of what it's kind of up to us. Again, I think there's an issue, and it kind of relates to the Angela arc, where it's like people take the social media thing too seriously. They think that they're building a brand and doing all this other stuff, but they're not. They're another of millions of accounts on Twitter, and it's like, you're not. None of us here are special. We're just people typing into a phone. Like this isn't that. You know what I mean? So I find it, I think it's very interesting, sort of the way that they've approached it. because again, they could have gone the route of just like kids today and your cell phones and your Instagrams, but instead they took the tack of like, look, there are absolutely good things that can be done with this. You can meet people, you can form groups, you can put together meetups like Childerberg or whatever. Like that's just Twitter, people. And we brought it to, you know, a freaking lake in Austin. We're hanging out there and drinking and talking to people who we only know on Twitter, but now it's like face to face and it's like we're actually friendly. So I think it's interesting that the show would take that tack when it's a lot easier just to play the outrage game and just be like, I mean, yeah, let's just make people mad that social media exists. That's not hard.
Yeah, so kind of to sorry, go ahead, Ryan.
Nah, go for it.
So to kind of like round out how the season ends up going, and like there's a lot of details obviously that we're leaving out. There's actually it's a fairly like dense second half of the season, and I think in a good way. It's not like overpacked, but it's also like, you know, it was, you know, a good amount of content that they sort of got into these 12 episodes. But Carol and Tuesday are kind of observing, you know, what's happening with all of the like, you know, the sort of censorship and how musicians aren't free to express themselves, and like they want to make their difference in kind of the anti-immigration sentiments and a lot of different stuff. And Tuesday, on kind of a personal level, wants like her mom back, you know, the way that she knows her. And so they sort of arrange to like, you know, leak information about how Jerry was ultimately behind the bombing and stuff like that. And so what they do is like they're going to do like basically a protest show where they get together, like, you know, all these artists that they know. And so of course Gus gets his contacts, and, you know, the producer guy gets all of his contacts, and then like, you know, Erdogan gets his contacts, and like, so they have like this very broad network of like, you know, big industry names, and they're basically just putting together like a self-produced show. They're talking about like, okay, we're gonna need like we're gonna need a venue, we're gonna need security, and we're gonna need production staff and all this different stuff, because they're not selling tickets to it. They just want to make sure they can broadcast it to as many people as possible. And so with all their connections, they arrange for that. And they get security there to basically make sure that, like, you know, if the police start coming after them once the broadcast starts, they can't get in until, you know, the broadcast finishes. And so the miraculous 7 minutes is Carol and Tuesday write this song that they are going to sing with everyone. And it's they kind of do this interesting thing where they've had like several songwriting montages in the show at this point, but they have like this really cool one for this, where they're kind of trying to brainstorm how they're going to like, you know, theme it, and how they're going to sort of get this message across, because they have to basically write this, you know, this anthem for everyone. And they're like, how the hell do we do that? And so they actually theme it around mothers, and it's kind of like, you know, we Martians ultimately come from Earth. And so like, we don't want to be estranged from where we come from. And also, like, you know, on a more personal note, Carol's got her mother that she just want to be estranged from. And so they kind of write the song, or Tuesday. Yeah. Thank you. And so they do all that, and they bring everyone together, and there's this big show, and the song, I guess, ends up running roughly 7 minutes, since that's why they call it the 7 minute miracle. And around that time too, like they wanted to leak the information about the bombing, like right as the song was ending or something like that. But Carol, or Tuesday rather, wanted her mom to have Spencer. I guess kind of both of them wanted to give their mom, I guess it was Spencer, yeah, who wanted to give their mom a chance to come around without being forced to. And so he does tell her about that. And so she very promptly fires Jerry. And basically is like, yeah, I know that my political career is over at this point. I'm gonna have to start over. But I'm not going to, like, knowing that you arranged this, I'm not going to go along with this anymore. So she decides to take responsibility, which was kind of cool too. She's redeemed kind of like through this arc of like, you know, you kind of hate her throughout most of the series, but then it's like, okay, you know what? That's actually kind of cool. Like I respect you a little bit more now.
Well, like based on what you've said, the idea being that she was being what the polls in like seemed to say that she needed to be, like most politicians.
And if she didn't do this, like, she was definitely on track to win the election. Like Jerry was even talking about, like, you're gonna have to start thinking about now what you're gonna do once you're in office. And so like she could have just like kept rolling with it and maybe, you know, denied the charges and whatever else. and just maybe snuck in and won the election. But she decides to give that up and to basically start her career over from scratch. Which is
for a
cool.
show like this to touch on a political machine causing a terror attack is a fascinating little thing that they would hit, because that's a very touchy situation, and there's a lot of interesting shit that happens.
And so what's interesting about that one though is like in this, I think in a few places they kind of, I mean, they're very bold with some of their stuff that they do, both politically and with like kind of personal stories and whatever else. But there are a few times where you kind of feel like they could have taken it a step further and decided not to. Like for example, it's not so much that it was like an attack that was basically indirectly funded by Jerry's corporations and big money friends or whatever. But they could have also done something where it's like just some extremist that was roused by her political messaging might have just like on their own gone and done an actual terrorist attack. And of course, they're wanting to make it look like immigrants and not anti-immigrants. But they could have maybe done something more where it's like your political, like what you're speaking about, what you're saying, what you're stirring up is actually having a quote unquote real effect on people in a way that's it's a much more complicated and kind of dark, maybe a little bit too real sort of.
That's kind of my feeling. Is it seems like that might be too real. It's more interesting to make it a conspiracy. With it's less like, because that's the kind of thing that most people, when they see a conspiracy like that, they see it as being divorced from reality. If you bring it too close to home, it can hurt the quality of the show, frankly, if you bring stuff like that too close to home. So I get why they would make the decisions they made. And even though, I mean, again, your point is valid. They could have done things to bring it further into our world. I'm wondering what that all kind of means politically. Like, I'm wondering how much of that is a conversation that's happening in Japan, and how much of it is, or I mean, because we know that the same conversations are happening here and in Europe as well. I'm wondering how much of that is meant to be localized, like to Japan, how much movement there is kind of in those sort of nationalist and protectionist circles. Or if it's supposed to be a message to like Europe and the US, because Japan historically has been very nationalist.
Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if it was trying to take more of a global tack. And I'm sure that there's a lot of stuff that like we think that this is like just Europe and the US, but probably also applies there. So it's probably a little bit of both, honestly. But I get the impression, generally speaking, that people outside the US are much more aware of US politics than people in the US are aware of outside politics. So I'm sure anyone with anyone kind of thoughtful enough to make a show like this is probably also aware of a more global picture,
the sort of global political situation and how it applies to what they're doing.
I really like how they use the theme of mother at the end to bring all of the separate threads together. The Carolyn Tuesday music thread and Tuesday's mom political thread, and Tuesday's brother and the reporter. And then also Chris touched on this a little bit, but the thing that was Angela's mom's goal for Angela was to perform at the Grammys. And then Angela's mom dies, I think it's the day before the Grammys, or like just a couple days before. And so Angela's drug abuse comes to a head. She performs at the Grammys, and then I think it's like as her song is completing, passes out on stage.
And you can also tell like it wasn't like kind of obviously bad, but like everyone there could tell that something was off. And the performance also just like kind of felt and sounded a little bit off, even just like to us, the viewers. And so yeah, she like collapses at the end of her song. And that's kind of a big thing. So actually, like what's kind of cool about like the Miraculous 7 Minutes is like both in the world and also to us, the audience, it actually does kind of feel miraculous that all these different people are able to actually come together and perform here. And it's because of Carolyn Tuesday and kind of their connections with everyone and the efforts they make to kind of spearhead this event, essentially. So it was kind of cool. Like it felt like it was appropriate. It wasn't just like, oh man, it was such a good performance. And what it actually reminded me of a little bit is the I forget the name. It was like Africa Live or something like that. The concert.
Yes, I was thinking of things like that, like things like Live Aid, things like
Live Aid. Yeah, that's what it was.
yeah.
And so at the end of Bohemian Rhapsody, like they play that show, and it feels, because you've got the context of like what it took for the band to come together, and for drawing a blank on the guy's name, but the main character of that, the famous
Freddie
singer.
Mercury.
Freddie Mercury. His own
Queen.
kind of like personal arc to be able to come back and perform that. Like, it's not just it was a good performance, is that it was, like, there was this great performance they put on that was significant, that also wouldn't have happened if they hadn't resolved their personal issues.
It's like the context adds to the performance itself. I was thinking, as you were describing it, I was thinking like this is entirely based on Live Aid. Like this is entirely based on and things like Live Aid. Things like Live Aid have been done. I think there was one that was an Africa benefit that was where We Are the World was performed. So yeah, no, it makes all of that seems like it's very much based on that sort of idea.
Yeah, and I think I mentioned this at one point when we were talking about the first core, but it was kind of cool to see, like, when they're showing all these like famous rock and roll records, and they do that, like each of the episode titles is based off of a famous record, and they would show the record, or approximately the record. They would change up some of the logos and stuff like that.
Yeah, they couldn't get all the licensing. That was a little bit that kind of sucked a little bit in a couple of them, but yeah, I feel like they probably tried.
It definitely, like, more so in the second core than the first, although the first had hints of this too. The show, it's about many things. One of the things it's about is kind of like the power of music to influence culture and that sort of deal. And I think I talked a little bit at one point about our trip to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and how kind of the narrative I took away from it is that, like, rock and roll is more like an idea than it is like a style of music.
It absolutely
is. It's the music of, like, of the disenfranchised, or in some cases the counterculture, or whatever it might be, that's kind of like resisting the powers that be. And so,
in very
like,
much the same way that, like, yes, all of that. Also it continues. You mentioned like the counterculture stuff, that theme continues into subgenres and things like punk rock and stuff. Punk rock is an idea. And I think it even speaks to a little bit, if you go to other genres, you can talk about like hip hop. Hip hop it has traits that are unique to, I think I would say, the African American experience, but it's not just America. There's great hip hop that has the same themes and the same ideas out of places like the UK and stuff like that. So it speaks to experiences that exist in a culture, in a subculture that is part of the larger culture, and brings them to the larger culture in an interesting way.
And what's interesting too is, like, my brother and I were actually talking about this at one point, how as these genres that start off as of the disenfranchised, countercultural, all this different stuff, as they kind of become more mainstream, they become a little bit more commercialized. They can kind of it's a little bit ironic that, like, rock and roll is as big as it is now, given that, like, it's something that was meant to kind of, if it wasn't meant to like fight per se, it was meant to kind of like express the people who would or might or could resist, kind of the mainstream culture, that becomes itself mainstream. But then of course you're going to have, like, sort of new genres and subgenres that sort of like come out of that are the more like truly countercultural and stuff like that. But it was kind of neat to see how in Carol and Tuesday, by the end, they were also kind of celebrating, if you will, the sort of power of music, if not necessarily rock and roll per se, but again, there were lots of rock and roll references throughout, to kind of be a force for change and for resistance and stuff like that.
And artistic expression generally, I think, falls under that as well. And it even applies, it even applies now. This isn't just old music that does this. This isn't just punk rock or rock and roll from the 60s that was protest songs and things like that. It applies now. There's a countercultural element to EDM as like a subgenre, and or as a genre, and then the subgenres of EDM with their different, sort of tones and things like that. Hard styles very different from, what you might hear at
it goes
EDC or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's happening now, and it also happened well before rock and roll, as we know it. I think I might have mentioned before at one point on the cast, a professor that I had in college who was doing, it was kind of a course on aesthetics, and he was a composer, so his specialty was music, and he knew a lot about music history, especially Western music history, and so he was kind of giving us like a history of the Western world from the perspective or through the lens of music. And one of the things he was fond of saying is that, look for changes in the music. And when you see the style of music start to change, a revolution's about to happen. He say like, if you're a ruler, if you are the powers that be careful when you start to notice music changing. Because that means that there is a cultural change that's also happening that, and eventually is going to change the world as you know it. It's not necessarily because of the music, but the music reflects that, and vice versa.
There's an interesting sort of through line that can be drawn in that way. I mean, if you consider the evolution of the sort of if you look at the gospel side of things, you see the evolution of what was essentially slave music into it kind of splits it. It goes to gospel and it goes to blues. And then blues just is rock and roll, basically. You find these interesting through lines through music that do speak to cultural shift. They speak to, I mean, you have a period of time, it's post-slavery, but there's still no real equality or equity for Black America, and this is blues. That's what blues is. So it's a fascinating, that's absolutely interesting to think about, and it's cool that the show would touch on it, especially considering that the show paid so much attention to the music and the songwriting process and animating them playing the music. It very much took care to make sure that was presented in a way that was not only believable but also accurate.
So a quick little tidbit, speaking of the music. So I was at work this past Thursday and Friday, back to work after vacation. And one of my coworkers just popped in because he happened to be in the area and he wanted to grab some of the mail that was waiting for him there. And he actually had watched through Carol and Tuesday over the break. And he's our sound guy, so he's into music and stuff like that too. And so he was actually saying that a lot of the music in Carol and Tuesday was licensed, that a lot of it is just kind of like, typically more like indie stuff that he was kind of aware of. And then of course they also had some original songs written by, someone working on the show. But it was kind of interesting to me that it was, it's not all original for the show. It's actually a lot of licensed stuff.
That seems like the way to do it. If you're gonna make a show like this and you don't have like an on staff person who can basically crank out good music at the pace of creating an anime show, then you might need to go to indie artists or whatever and license songs to have them play because they're good and they're, actual indie songs. It makes sense.
Well, shall we take a quick break before we get into talking about the best and worst shows of the season?
That sounds good.
Sounds good to me.
All right, listeners, we'll be right back.
Listen closely, I'll only say this once. I'm the only one who sees the damage done. Listen closely, slowly, I'm breaking up. You're only as big as the songs you've sung. Tell me everything you want, are you wanting me? I'll be everything you've got till the wheels come on. Tell me everything you want, are you wanting me? I'll be everything you've got till the wheels come on. Tell me everything you want, are you wanting me? I'll be everything you I'll only say this once. I'm the only one who sees the damage done. Listen closely, I'll only say this once. You're the only one who needs to smash it up. Tell me everything you want, are you wanting me? I'll be everything you've got till the wheels come on. Tell me everything you want, are you wanting me? I'll be everything you've got till the wheels come on. Tell me everything you want, are you wanting me? I'll be everything you've got till the wheels come on. 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 Come on, I'm ready to fall, fall. With the safety of you gone, your head to the wall. What can I say? What can I do? It all comes back to you, the way you break me in two. It all comes back to you. Come on, I'm ready to fall, fall. With the safety of, come on, put your head to the wall. Just to wake me up, come on. I'm ready to fall, fall. With the safety of you gone, your head to the wall. Of my crazy love. Till the wheels come off. Till the wheels come off.
You can't eat things, John. You're a puppet, and nothing's going to change that.
All right, we're back. Our least watchable anime of fall 2019. I have to remember which season it was. Shinjuku Ichiban. I told you guys. So our Discord is like this multiple pages of me and Dean giving our live reactions as we watched this show. And then Chris watched it earlier in the week or last week, I don't remember, and he's got some reactions in there as well. One of the things I said, though, was I felt not like a lot bad, but like a little bad that my main motivation for voting against this show was misophonia and hating the mouth sounds. But then this show sure did try its best to live down to our expectations of the least watchable show, and then I felt less bad. Do we want to recap the entire season? Do we care?
Yeah, just kind of like, I guess the short version would be that so one of the reasons that I wasn't interested in watching it was because I just was a little bit bored by it. The first episode we watched, it was just kind of like he goes into town and he wins a cooking contest that saves, the restaurant of this lady who was, hosting them, and it's all nice and it's feel good. And I was kind of expecting, based on that, was just going to be kind of like a series of similar sort of vignettes of like, here is this episode in the tale of the travels of this kid. But no, they changed that almost immediately. He gets back to his hometown and his home restaurant, and his mentor is like, so what did you learn on this journey? What is the answer to the cooking? What's the answer to the question? What is the purpose of cooking? And he thinks about this, and he's like, the purpose is to make people happy. And the mentor says that is correct. And of course, my immediate reaction was like, what is the purpose of cooking? Sustenance. Nope, to make people happy.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter if people have enough food to survive. Who cares if they live, as long as they're happy.
Like,
to sanitize the food before you put it in you. That's the primary purpose of cooking.
Yeah. And so just the kind of like super quick version of what ends up happening. Rumors start going around of this organization called the Cooking Underground. The Cooking Underground are these shady folks, excuse me, who are the dark side of cooking. And
they're the cooking Sith.
So we get introduced to them because the top people in Guangzhou's cooking, and that's the hometown of our MC, or the current town anyway. The Guangzhou, like, people who are the people who
this world has like organized chef mafias, and some of them are good and they're called associations, and one of them is bad and it's called the Underground.
Yeah. And so the some of the top people in the Guangzhou restaurant scene are invited to a dinner, and it's very good. It's at this Western style mansion. But then the last dish poisons everyone, and the villain is like, ha ha, it's time for me to take my revenge upon you, mentor character, for that time that you wronged me in a cooking competition. And so I've poisoned everyone, and I here have the antidote. You're going to do a food duel with me, and whoever wins, or if I win, I'll give, or if you win, I'll give them the antidote, and if I win, they'll all die, and I will have my revenge. And so like the mentor's daughter, who is also the girl that MC was traveling with, has been poisoned as well. So it's kind of personal for him too. And so it's like, fine, I accept your challenge. But then as they're cooking the first dish, they're trying to cook a lobster dish blindfolded.
Lobster.
And he ends up getting stung by a scorpion that was mixed in with it, and so he's knocked out. He's like, oh, well, I see you at forfeit, so my revenge is complete. I have won this contest. And
the mentor character never like says ow or acknowledges that he's been stung by a scorpion, which is presumably what has to happen for it to poison you. He just all of a sudden falls over.
He just goes herk and falls
he's
over.
Too much of a
like,
badass to complain. He's just too stern.
God, the insides of his eyebrows are permanently stitched together. This motherfucker. God.
But anyway, and so our cooking boy is like, I'll take over in his place. I'm his apprentice, and so like I have a right to challenge you here. And the guy's like, yeah,
Which
whatever.
makes no sense.
But I guess like my revenge will be truly complete if I defeat the apprentice that this guy has trained, and so he agrees to it. And then he's like, in the last round, he's like, oh, by the way, if you lose, you're also gonna have to drink all this poison. It's like, I don't consent to any of this. He just like keeps making these assumptions that like it's like it's clearly this honor-based system, and like as in the immortal words of Ryan, call the cops. Like as soon as he serves you poisoned food, get the fuck out of there and call the cops. Or the equivalent in this day and age, I guess, the bailiff or something.
The deal that's being made is basically the deal from Tenacious D, where Jack Black is like the devil's, if I win, and Jack Black, then you can take Cage back to hell to be your little bitch. And it's like, what is this deal that you've made?
And like, I guess like the one way you might be able to argue this very contrived situation is it all believable, which it's not, by the way. But it's like, okay, maybe the poison's acting quickly enough that like we don't have time to go get help. We're gonna have to resolve this here and now because the antidote's on hand. But it's like the mansion's not that far out of town, and the cooking contest has got to take at least a couple hours.
The guy with the steel staff gets there quickly, and outside of that, I have another problem with this whole fucking setup. Is we have this guy, he's like, if you lose, you have to drink all the poison. If you win, I'll give you the antidote that's gonna cure the people. And also this guy who was stung by a scorpion. See, the other people were poisoned by a brown frog meat poisoned them. And this guy was poisoned by a scorpion. This antidote apparently solves both of those problems. It's one antidote. It's the same antidote it's always been. Why is there an antidote that solves both of these problems?
If Skyrim taught me anything, it's that there is a singular antidote, okay? And it just works across the board.
All poisons.
It's if you are upset that in our modern society there's not a singular antidote, the only thing you can do is curse science, which made different animals have different venoms or poisons.
And then we have,
oh no!
And then of course we have generic antidote. Compare active ingredients to name brand antidote.
This example, I think, is the least egregious example of the things we'll go on to talk about. But every premise in this entire show falls apart if one character ever says no. Like that's all it takes for all the bad shit to stop happening to these characters is they say no.
Yeah, Never mind.
So I explained that scenario in a little bit more detail to say that like that's just like one example of something really weird and crazy. And then the show kind of again changes. We get introduced to the idea of the underground because the villainous guy here is part of the underground. But then we find out that like it's these super passionate chefs who like train, in like very kind of archaic ways. And they go through this really rigorous training. Like a bunch of them are like scarred by the training and stuff like that, like literal like physical scars. And they're like,
one of the greatest moments in the compilation where they're showing the underground is there's hundreds, if not thousands, of dudes in this circular room, which is this tiered structure like a coliseum, except that like each tier is the height.
It
of
looks
a
like
person.
So it looks like the Senate chamber from Star Wars.
Yeah, so
it's like the have you guys seen Rise of Skywalker?
Yeah,
no. It's the Palpatine cultists.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is.
And this room is huge. In the middle of this room, far away from all the people, is this massive burning pyre where like the people closest to it on the bottom and maybe a few stories up are going to feel some heat, but it's not going to be super hot. And all of these people have their knives and they're just going, slicing air in front of them repeatedly towards the fire.
It's like the training montage for like the 1990s Western understanding of a Shaolin monk, where it's just a shitload of monks in a courtyard spinning a staff around. Like that's what this was, except it was weird and around a bonfire.
Yeah.
And makes people
of course,
better with knives.
That was just one part of their training, of course. But
yeah, it was just one part. That was my favorite part.
But yeah, so apparently like they want to like learn all these like really advanced secret techniques that are known only to the underground so
They're
that they can
cooking
somehow
underground.
use food to control the course of the world, which it's
So,
like
the line that's given, it's towards the end. I think it's in episode 10 or 11. This evil lady from the underground is cooking off against one of the characters who used to be in the underground, and then it turns out he was actually not a bad dude.
The underground is a mafia that you can just leave. Like, that's
well,
one
so
of the things
she
insane
tried
about
to
this.
stop him, but he smoke balled out of there.
Yeah, it's
and
implied that
Most
you
of the
can't just
characters,
leave,
like
but-
most of the characters who are in the party that were like there are a number of characters throughout this show that just like, yeah, I'm done with this mob now. I'm no longer in the mob. Like, that's not how leaving the mob works.
But she's like, cooking can make people happy. Cooking can also make people unhappy. Therefore, cooking is a way to control people. Like, the only thing you can control with cooking is whether or not I come back to this restaurant.
That's exactly right.
Like, the mental gymnastics happening here to make the cooking underground seem like it's this evil organization are
It's like
just
If your cooking makes
I
me
could even
unhappy,
see-
I won't eat it.
Because like the earliest explanation they give for what the cooking underground's goals are is that they explain that like because everyone needs food and they need food to survive, and like, you know, a good balanced diet will keep you healthy, but an unbalanced diet can make you unhealthy and all this different stuff. That's all well and good. I can understand the idea that like controlling the food supply can like really, you know, fuck with societies. And it's like if you deprive this portion or you undernourish this portion, it's going to affect that. And that could actually happen. Excuse me. My nose is stuffy, so I apologize for the stuffiness.
You're fine.
But like you could actually influence the course of local, regional, global politics by controlling who has food and who doesn't. But you don't need to be able to cook really well to do that. You just control the food supply.
You just
So I don't
become
understand.
McDonald's.
Like, and so the only other possible explanation is that like you have to be able to cook this well in order to infiltrate the places where people are cooking for higher ups in order to serve them poison or something, or I don't know. Because like then right after she says the thing about unhappiness, we're skipping ahead a lot, but she basically wins her round of this cooking contest. It's like a 3-round duel to decide who gets the map to the thing. And she wins by basically making the judges promise that they're not going to redact their decision no matter what. And then she basically just kind of like gives them a soup that she makes them drink the whole thing. And the soup is just so loaded with so much crab flavor, which is the theme of that particular round, that then they taste the more subtle crab dish and think that tastes like crap because they're, you know, I forget what they call those, like gastronomic saturation or something like that.
Sensory overload, basically.
Basically,
it's kind of like if you eat a shitload of chocolate and it starts to taste like shit after a while.
Yeah, and so it's like, and so that's like the demonstration of like how the underground's techniques can affect people. It's like, you just made it so my second course wasn't as good. Like that doesn't.
That's exactly right.
Like,
I don't
like anything they can do is on the premise, and this is like we've compared this show before to Shokugeki no Soma. Like the food duels are in the context of the cooking world, and it really is just kind of like for honor and for like, you know, like whether or not my club gets shut down or whether or not I'm expelled from the cooking school. But like the world revolves around food. This is like kind of assuming that the world actually revolves around food, and that like people and it's like it's this kind of like ancient like Shaolin style, like ancient Chinese kind of thing where like everyone's like reputations are on the line and it's honorable and all this different stuff. And so it's like, yeah, maybe you'll play along and like if you agree, like we're gonna have this cook off, and if I lose, then blah. But it's like if you're actually trying to imply that people's lives are on the line, like get off of it, you know. It's like,
and it's also established, one of the things that they don't keep it at that level, it's established that in this world people murder people. So like you're not talking, when you're talking about these food things as if it's a big deal, it's obviously not, because you can just kill a motherfucker. Like this is
at one point someone does try to assassinate someone so they can like get like the ancient utensil or something like that. The legendary
utensils, the MacGuffin to end all MacGuffins. Oh my god! So like, there are these fucking knives, these super special knives.
I really want to set the scene here. So for the first 8 episodes of this, it's a stupid cooking show where people have a little bit too much honor and can't say no, and there's a cooking underground, and it's like dumb, but it presumably takes place in our world.
Right.
And then episode 9 happens, and I'll let Dean continue.
Okay, so there's a set of knives, and these are like these legendary knives or whatever. And I think, Ryan, you mentioned they were forged from a meteorite. I missed that.
Yeah, my guess is actually it's not all knives. I'm guessing that like the knife, or maybe there's multiple knives, but it's probably also going to be like the legendary wok or something like that. Like all these different...
It's like a set of cooking utensils. They're called the legendary utensils is what they're called. And that's the okay, so imagine, okay, in Dragon Ball Z, you have a set of Dragon Balls. You have to run around and collect the Dragon Balls, get them all in one place. Shenron shows up, you make a wish, and then the Dragon Balls disperse again, and you would have to collect them all again to make another wish. Okay, that makes sense. That's a fine MacGuffin. All right, now imagine the Dragon Balls are fucking knives for cooking, and you have to get them all in one place to be a good cook, to be the best cook, I guess. And even outside of that, there are other magic knives. It's not just this one set of magic knives. There are other amazing magic knives that were forged by this one guy, and he's like, hey, I'm the best knife forger. He gets murdered, by the way, by one of our main characters, one of the characters that's in the party that we're following. So he got...
And it's this great shame. Like, that's the dark part of his
that he murdered a man. Like, this is...
set of knives. And so he's like, I'm not the sort to make a set of knives this good twice. I never make a set of knives twice. And so he's like, good, I will murder you to make sure you never make it a set of knives again.
And what he tells him, it's rather than having him be beaten so bad in a cook-off that he's shamed into a cave somewhere and never makes knives again, which would make sense in the world of the show that we built, the things that seem to matter in this world. No, it's not that. He just gets killed. Like, there's no stakes to any of this cooking. You can just kill people.
Well, so the fun twist there is that he sees the same set of like the 7 star knives, I think it was.
Yep, the
shiny 7 knives.
Yeah.
And how
many Dragon Balls are there? How many Dragon Balls are there?
7.
Yeah. How many of these star knives are there?
7.
Yeah.
But so at one point, he's dueling this lady from the underground who also has that same set of knives. He's like, that's impossible. That can't exist. The guy was dead. Turns out he wasn't dead, because if you fall into a waterfall, fall into a river, everyone knows you're going to survive. And so this underground lady nurses him back to health.
What is surface tension? I don't know.
Right. She nurses him back to health, and in thanks, he makes her a set of those knives. And then she murders him for reals this time.
Oh my god.
So that, there can't be another set of these knives. And then
so there's these amazing knives, but then there are these other amazing knives. And the amazing knives are the ones that they're chasing, but these other amazing knives are amazing. Like, okay, so these other amazing knives cut a fish. All right, she cuts open a fish with these amazing knives, and she takes out the eggs. All right, so she cuts the fish open and takes out the eggs, puts the fish back in the water, and it starts swimming around. And one of the characters, no fucking shit, one of the characters, I have the quote. I have the actual quote from this fucking show. One of these, where is it? Where did I put the god? Here it is. Okay, so one of these characters says, in observing this fish that's just been cut open and has its eggs put back in the water and swimming around, literally one of the characters says, the cells surrounding the wound don't even realize they've been sliced. That is a line in this show. That is dialogue somebody wrote. I am so upset. I hate this thing. There's another instance where somebody with these magical knives cuts water. And people are amazed that the knives cut water.
Knives are so sharp they can cut water.
That might have just been a weird translation, but it was implied that basically he just like slaps the water with his knife, and then the water then slices up all these fish that are like thrown out of this tank. in midair.
There's a guy who he has one of these knives. He's the guy in our party who tried to kill the knife maker the first time. He's the guy, he has these knives and he's making this cuttlefish and he just hits it really fucking hard with one of these knives and then it just opens up like it's been perfectly sliced and one of the characters says, the cuttlefish has already been sliced. Like that's what this show is.
And they set it up. And so like what it reminded me of, and like I'll give it a little bit of like it's still dumb as hell, right? But I'll give it like a little bit of leeway as far as the ridiculousness because it reminds me of I think it's wuxia is the genre of like kind of Chinese legendary martial arts sort of stuff. And so what this is, it's like it's applying. Say again.
Keep going. I'm sorry.
So basically, you're like applying this sort of like quasi mystical, legendary level like heroic action to cooking instead of martial arts. And so like when you've seen like those like Chinese martial arts films where like people are like flying through the air and they're like running on treetops or on the surface of water and so like they're doing all these like superhuman things just to show like how like proficient and like legendarily superhuman these people are. I think that's what they're going for just with cooking. And so like that shot where like the cuttlefish has already been sliced, it's like the shot where like he's sort of like got like the half of the guy's face and like this side is in shadow and he's just kind of like staring at the camera and so he just kind of like throws the fish up and then just kind of like just like the cool guys don't look at explosions thing. He just holds that pose as the thing like lands on the table in front of the judges and then just sort of goes and it's all sliced up all the way down. And so it's like, okay.
And then they don't do anything
when
with
you
it.
sent that screenshot, that says, incredible. The 7-star knives are sharp enough to cut water. Ixie posted that with the thonk face, and it was the funniest fucking thing.
I want to go back a little bit to talk about the morals of these characters who are so honor bound they can't say no to a cooking battle where the stakes are literally whether or not these characters live or die. And we get further in, we get to this part that we're talking about, and we find out that this character that has been traveling with our main characters, who is in the cooking underground, but it turns out he's not really bad dude. We find out he's killed a person, and he is distraught by the fact that he has killed a person. And our main character looks at him and says, well, that just means you have to keep on living to honor this guy's memory. Like, it's fine that you murdered him. Like, no one really cares.
Oh my God.
Like, excuse me?
It's okay that you murdered a guy. I'm literally a child and my whole existence is wrapped around this naive idea that my cooking makes people happy. But no, it's okay that you're a fucking murderer.
Literally, the moral system is that cooking is more important than murder.
Than human life.
Going back to that story of the knife maker, like the redemption for our character who murdered him first is that afterward he was so repentant and guilt stricken by this that he made it his goal to make as many people as possible happy going forward using those knives. Like that's the only way you can honor the memory of this guy that he killed and try to repent for it. And so the other lady who's dueling him, who has the second set of knives, who actually killed the guy, as soon as they sort of have this conversation about all of that, her knives just kind of shatter miraculously. And then the spirit of the knife maker kind of appears before them and is like, behold, the one who killed me first, but then trying to make people happy, he is worthy to carry these knives. But you who actually killed me for reals, you are not worthy because you're a bad underground person. And so so basically he gives his blessing posthumously to the first guy, and that's how he's kind of redeemed. So now he's cool. He can keep going. He can be part of the party.
The justification for that is that the woman says that the knives that she's carrying carry the grudge of the guy who of the guy who was attempted to be killed the first time. Here's the thing though. I remember there was one time this guy built me this custom car and I murdered him to make sure he couldn't build me any more custom cars. But then I took the car to a shitload of car shows and made a lot of people happy looking at this cool custom car. So I'm redeemed, right? For having murdered this man so he could never make another custom car again. I made people happy with the custom car that I stole.
Murder is great as long as it makes people happy. Honestly, we should just bring back gladiators and murdering people for sport because that makes lots of people happy. I don't think it really matters that people are dying. So,
Jesus, there's the whole show, the logic. So the show, they're still after this MacGuffin, right? And I can't remember the battle that they're in at the end, the food war that they're in at the end is that they're after the map to the MacGuffin knives, right?
yeah.
Okay.
Or at least to one of them, yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot. It's a set, so they have to get all of the pieces together.
I think it's like 8 of them or something like that.
Oh, one more than the Dragon Balls. So they got to get all these pieces together.
I thought it was 7.
They might have had like the first of the 8, and so maybe they had to go get 7.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But I think they said there were 8, and of course, like you might have mentioned this already, but these are the ones cut from a meteorite by some legendary cook.
Speaking of which, so I want to backtrack to when we meet the murder boy who joins our party, because he shows up in town and everyone's like, "Oh, you're back. We're so happy to see you." And he's like, "But I'm evil now. Don't touch me, fools." And they're like, "Oh no, he's evil." And then he's like, "Give me the meteorite knife." And the sensei of our main character is like, "We can't give it to you because now you're evil and you have the tattoo of the cooking underground. So because we can't give it to you, instead we're going to have a cook-off where the winner of the cook-off gets the legendary knives." Instead of
just say no.
Again, instead of
you don't
just
get the
saying
knife.
no.
I think
So
probably
they
the
have
reason
their
they felt
cook-off,
like they had to do the
and-
contest is because he did promise it to him before he went on his journey. It's like, when you return, I'll give you the legendary utensil, which is why he came back, because he's like, hey, you said when I return, I'm going to get the utensil. But then it's like, well, now we have this other possible inheritor. So we're going to have this contest before heaven to decide who should be given the knife.
Because they forgot the "unless you come back" evil clause in the
Yeah.
contract. Jesus Christ.
So our main character wins, and so they bring him the legendary knife, and he picks it up, and it glows with the power of the dragon. And they're like, the knife has recognized him as the inheritor of the legendary utensil. And we're like, this is so magic now? Remember that thing I said earlier about this is a normal fucking world? No, now magic. Okay, but
Yep.
only in utensils made from meteorites. Okay,
And nothing
then,
else.
And then our main character looks at this other character who's just showed up and has very clearly been established as evil, and he's like, "Here, you try the knife because childhood." And
Yeah,
so
he's like, your cooking was really good, and so like I have this respect for you as a cook. Yeah.
And so the side character grabs the knife. The knife lights up with the power of the dragon again, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, the knife has recognized 2 inheritors." And then the tattoo of the cooking underground on his hand dissolves.
And
He
again,
murdered a man.
I don't necessarily mind like a little bit of magic getting mixed into, especially like these legendary things, because again, it sort of speaks to that sort of like wuxia thing where it's like everything is kind of grounded, but then there are like these kind of like here and there miraculous or supernatural or sacred or magical things.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about a show that did that way fucking better. Like here in a minute.
Well, but and so like I don't super mind it. I think the thing that just bugs me about it is that like all of it feels contrived because it's that applied to cooking. And again, the world revolves around cooking. It's not like cooking is a part of the greater world. It just the world is cooking. That is everything that matters here.
I would even be fine with that if they had replaced all the violence with cooking. Like if all the violence is cooking, if there's no combat, if it's all cooking, it's just like this world resolves conflict with cooking instead of fists. That's fine. Okay, I can roll with that as a concept. The problem is you try to do that and you get halfway there, and then you have it where it's just like, oh, but we can also just murder people in combat. Like we can also just fight like shonen style ninja fighting and just murder people.
Yeah, which is why, like, you know, when we go back to that second episode, you know, second, third, maybe fourth episode, I forget how many episodes it was, when they're doing the duel to see, like, will I give them the antidote or not? It's like, fuck you. I'm going to take this knife, throw it in your face, grab the antidote, and give it to everyone. Like, and maybe if you don't want to be a murderer, then you just, like, you punch him in the face, knock him out, restrain him, something. But, like, you don't sit here and cook for 2 hours to decide whether or not
of poison. I'm amazed at this. I'm okay. I have another question for you guys because I didn't.
Can we,
Go for it.
the second of the battles for the antidote is a speed battle. And so it's determined that once the first person is finished, you're just done. And if you haven't finished if the second person hasn't finished their meal, fucking oh well. And so our main character finishes first, and the evil dude isn't finished with his meal yet. And so he's like, well, shit.
He forgot to make a sauce.
And so they're going to judge. Yeah, he hadn't gotten to finish his sauce yet. So they're going to sit down and judge each other's things and see who's the winner, because that's everyone here is clearly honorable and going to like give the winner to the person who deserves it most.
I like the fact that we established. I like the fact that we established a political system whereby one candidate counts the other candidate's votes and vice versa. Like that's a really effective system. Yeah, I think so. I think it makes perfect fucking sense.
So our main character is like, it doesn't have a sauce. It's not finished. I refuse to judge this. And then the second character says, okay, where's the sauce? And the first character says, I don't have a sauce. And so this character is understandably like, well, then I'm not going to judge it. And our main character is like, no, you don't understand. You have to judge it because I'm the main character and I'm better than you at cooking.
And to be fair, he did have a sauce. It was like sealed inside the dish.
Yeah, but he lied. He
Yeah.
lied to like he lied in a way that makes no sense in the world of the show. Like, dude, you put the sauce inside the fried lobster. Just say, no, there's a sauce. Just try it. Like, you say that. Don't say, I didn't make one, and then be like, haha, I did make one, when you just use that as a justification for not eating the other guy's dish.
Yep.
I hate it. No. There's no internal logic to this world.
No. Nope. There's no.
I mean, and that's the funny thing about it. So I mentioned that like once you sort of get past like the really super tedious first few episodes where like the 30 minutes feel like 60, it does like start to flow a little bit smoother like later on in the series. And part of it's just that like you're kind of like, okay, I guess I'm in for this now, so I'm just gonna like let it ride.
And they actually start telling a story too.
Yeah,
like
when they actually start telling a story,
have
as dumb as it is, if you kind of just like, okay, just fuck it, we're gonna watch this thing. It does have a sort of internal logic. It's just not a logic that holds up to any sort of scrutiny. But if you just kind of like accept it at face value, then it's like, okay, yeah, oh, I get it. And like what they've clearly set up is like, I'm not sure, what part, if any, this covers from the manga. I'm guessing probably just follows the manga that came out, back in the 90s. That, what we're getting here in this first core is, sort of an introduction to the characters. And then like, here's the introduction to the threat of the cooking underground. And then like, around episode 10 or so, they start their journey with this party to go out and retrieve the sacred utensils. And that's going to be like the big quest in their fight to resist the underground. Like we find out that MC's mom was like, she fought the underground herself. And so her notebook that she left behind is full of all her notes about the battle she fought, which is why
I was going to ask if they ever resolved the book arc, the book thing. Like, did that ever come to a resolution?
Basically, I mean, we know what the origin of the book is, which is that it was her notes from her battles, her records of her battles. And so when she died, she passed on to her.
So Dean and I are sitting here at like 3 a.m. or whatever, watching this show. And we got off topic a little bit. I don't even fucking remember. Let's see if I can find this. Oh, I appreciate all the Underworld has done for me, but I'm quitting. Cooking Underworld Chef, 1930 to 2018. And so I'm not quite as far into the series as Dean is. And so I just like made a joke that we've made on the show previously for other shows, like died from heartache when the thing he was holding in his hands as his mom flatlines gets like slapped. Yeah. 2 episodes later, approximately, I don't remember exactly, from when I was watching this, we see his mom give him the book as she's on her deathbed. She hands him the book and then dies, and I went, holy shit.
And she said, cooking will always be there for you. I'm dead, but cooking.
Also, apparently she died of overwork after she was betrayed by like, you know, the sous chef that she'd been training up, and he like took like he left and took all the staff with him, and so like she was just left to run the restaurant by herself. It's like, hire more people,
hire someone. What are you doing?
And like, and this is like, she dies of overwork after having been like this, like, you know, quasi legendary person, maybe unsung hero who fought the underworld for all these years, and you're not that old, like,
and people like you.
Yeah.
Like what are you doing?
The neighborhood's going to take care of you. You know, it's like, excuse me. Yeah. Yeah.
This whole show is like, here's the thing. It's not even weird enough to be a fever dream.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like Virtual Sun is a fever dream. This is just what?
The show is exhausting.
Yeah, that's a word for it.
We get to the last episode, and so it's round 3 of this cooking thing, which is happening on a warship out at sea at the mouth of the Yangtze River. And they're on a boat, and so the reason they're all on this boat is because they arrived in Shanghai, which is where they knew they had to go to get the next legendary utensil, which they need for reasons.
They set out to collect all of them because they were sealed away by the guy who made them all, because he recognized that the power in the wrong hands could be really problematic. So he scattered them throughout China so they would never be found again. So our main characters, the heroic party, decides
conveniently collect them
so that the underground can't collect it first.
That's scatter them in the first place. It seems like they were in your hands in the first place, but I guess you weren't the main character, so yep. Anyways, so they're in Shanghai, and they meet their friend who's now in Shanghai, who is only their friend as of a flashback that happens like in this episode or maybe in the previous episode, but now he's their friend and he's in Shanghai, and so they're all there and they're talking, and then the cooking underground has kidnapped the good cooking mafia in this city, the cooking association, whatever. They've kidnapped
and the
them.
people in the city don't give a shit. The people in the city are like, we just want the best cooks. We don't care who runs the city. Apparently, if you're the guild, the cooking guild of a city, you run that fucking city. Like, this is so bonkers.
Or they did kind of imply that like they run the culinary scene, and so they're like, as long as we have good restaurants here in our budding city that's growing quickly because of trade and whatnot, as long as we have good food, that's all we care about. So they don't care about where the good food comes from. All these like city planners, like I think they had like the heads of like different guilds.
Yeah, it was like municipal kind of government sort of situation.
So copy paste my rant from earlier and even my rant from previous shows about call the fucking cops. Fine, okay. So the Merchants Guild wants the best chefs, and they don't care which it is. So the last underground member that they have to face is the sous chef to our main character's mom, who took everyone and ran. And then after our main character's mom died, our main character beat this chef in a cooking battle, and he was banned from cooking forever. So he went to the cooking underground. So he's our evil third person. And so because the legendary utensils, which are like the only magical items in this world, they're not, and battling
except
the guy,
for just really good
battling
knives.
the guy who killed your mom is not stakes enough. Fucking like evil villain style, the floor opens up and a pedestal comes out, and our main character's friend's dad, who is one of the ones who was kidnapped, is tied to a pole, and our evil underground guy says, if I win, we're gonna murder your friend's dad. And the Merchants Guild is like, yep, I mean, as long as we have good chefs, murder's fine. Copy paste
Because
my
as long as we-
earlier rant about morals in this world.
Right. Well, this is the thing. I want to reveal something about
Well,
this show.
so
That's-
to be fair, like they also set up Shanghai as like it's the city of devils, and so they're talking about how like it's kind of like corrupt and like kind of lawless, and so like these people are clearly like on that sort of like that they're the legitimate runners of the city, but they're also like aware of crime, and they'll allow.
You've also like you've never seen a more wretched hive of scum and villainy.
So, yeah. So like they're clearly like these corrupt people. It's not like they're like the upstanding people who run the town.
The amazing thing about this, I want to reveal something that might tell you something about the storytelling in this show. While I was watching this show, which does not have a dub, by the way, this was all subs. While I was watching this show, I was on Twitter. I saw fully half of this show. And I have had this conversation with the two of you, having seen half of the things that the show showed us.
I wasn't on Twitter, but I was like, I've gotten back into Clash of Clans, so I had 2 phones in front of me playing Clash of Clans, so I also saw half this show.
And
we missed nothing.
Missed nothing. That's the thing is I realized partway through watching this, I think it was some point in the 4th episode or 3rd episode, something like that. I was like, I'm never going to miss anything.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is literally, because the way that the show is developed, and some of the quotes that we were talking about earlier sort of reveal this, the show is basically, dumb thing happens, characters talk for the next 5 minutes about the way that dumb thing just happened before another dumb thing happens. Mm-hmm. So you miss nothing. If you catch probably a third of this thing, you miss absolutely nothing. And that's one of the most annoying things about this story. I mean, we've been like ragging on it, making fun and things so far, but on a serious note,
I was reminded of something. Go ahead.
Yeah, bear that in mind. One more sentence. On a serious note, the most annoying thing about this show is that the construction and storytelling is so dramatically subpar, and it's awful.
To remind you of what Chris said earlier, which is still true, the pace picks up after episode 3 or 4, like, and gets better and it's even still. You can miss half of it and be fine.
Yeah. Well, especially because, like, I think one of the reasons that it starts to move a little bit quicker is because they also now have like multi-episode arcs instead of these kind of like, sort of self-contained little things, which for some reason tend to feel like they make the episode longer. But like, because though you're stretching this out over multiple episodes, excuse me, that means that like you're not going to miss any major developments if you look away. Like you might miss something significant to like happens like once every 5 minutes or something like that if you just happen to be looking away at the wrong time. But like when we have the duel between the 2 knifey people, and you've got like the evil lady who for real killed the dude, and the repentful guy who sort of killed him. Like excuse me, like at any given point, like their conversation is just posturing and arguing.
I'll point out, sort of to that point, I'll point out, I watched intently Shiny 7 Stars, the other idol show that I've forgotten, and we all watched Virtual Son together. Like, those are shows that I wasn't on Twitter during. And like, they're like, because things kind of happened in them. The more recent idol show, less so, but like there was an arc and things developed, and really the only time you could look away from Shiny 7 Stars was during the performances, because the other stuff that was going on like kind of moved the show along. This show is not that. This show was like, again, I hit episode like 3 or 4 and I was like, I don't even have to watch all of this.
It's very shonen in that it's thing happens and then we talk about thing that happened, and then we do the next thing and then we talk about the thing that happened, and repeat that ad nauseum.
Exactly.
Speaking of that thing that I was going to mention, there was kind of an interesting moment where like he breaks out his first kind of like underground special knife, the 7th knife in his set, because he's using like most of the knives appear to just be like normal but high quality knives, and he's just using the right knife for the right thing, and he's very efficient and very good. And then he breaks out, he's like, I was hoping I wouldn't have to use this, because they go into like this extra round, I guess, because they tied, and he breaks the seal on it, and it turns out to be a knife made of ice. and they're talking about how it's the ideal knife because the blade stays cold enough that like, the friction and stuff isn't going to mess with the food's flavor or whatever. So basically he makes like sashimi, and it's like, kind of like ideal sashimi. And of course, to make this whole big thing about like, oh, well, he's also like, sacrificing his right hand to use this knife. Look at that frostbite, because that's like, well, why doesn't he like, wrap it in cloth or something? It's like, well, when you're at this level of true knife skills, like everyone knows that even a single layer of cloth can mess up your feel and, make it not as good. And so he's just like enduring the pain of like holding this literally frozen piece of ice as his knife, but he's like, cutting this fish super fine because it's like this ice knife and it blah, blah, blah. And so he makes this sashimi and it's all very impressive. And so our main character sort of goes in the opposite direction. He doesn't try to like compete with him on like, the subtlety here. He's trying to make like, this like really flavorful dish. And so they're kind of contrasting. It's like fire versus ice. And he actually like, I think burns his hand because like he like heats up the knife in order to cut something better. Yep. And so it's like the clash of fire and ice in this duality and stuff like that. And then when the judges make their decision, because this is the tiebreaker round, so they can't like not declare a winner here. They're like, you guys are of equal skill, but we're gonna go with the one that shows off the potential of Chinese food as opposed to the implicitly Japanese style of the sashimi. And it's like there's just this moment here, and it's like it's a show made in Japan, so it's like I don't think they're trying to be racist against Japanese, but there was just something there where it's like, was that racist? Did they favor this dish because they like that style of food better? Like,
no, I
it's fair.
agree.
If you subjectively like that style of food better, and you find that you just like it more, then like, okay, yeah, that's the one that I like better. But there's just like this like subtle little thing.
I agree with you. I was watching this, and the first of all, you can just freeze a normal knife if you need a cold blade. Metal gets pretty cold. It can get really cold. In fact, that's one of the great things about metal is that it can get really cold and pretty hot and still be what it is.
It's a great conductor.
It is. And it's a thing that's one of the benefits of using metal, especially steel. So just fucking do that. Like, I don't understand why we need a knife that's made of ice. First of all, it's going to melt. You're melting it. You should have cloth between you and the knife anyway, at the very least, just to insulate the part that you're holding so it doesn't melt away.
Yeah, never in the show are they like, we use knives that don't have handles on them. It's just the shit. What's the
tine, the little tine.
Yeah, the tine.
I think it's called a tine, but I can't remember.
Because even a single layer of wood between
the tang. It's called a tang.
Tang, thanks. Even a single layer of wood to bad the knife would mess up our feel at this, like
I'm adjust for that.
right
well,
and also you can't index on a tang. One of the things about using a knife is that there's a concept in blades called indexing, and it's the idea that by the feel of the handle you know what direction the blade is going, based on like the just implicitly, when you're holding the handle of the knife, you know what direction the blade is going. You don't even need to see it. This is called indexing. And you can't do that with a tang. Like, using just the tang of a blade is demonstrably a worse experience.
And at one point too, like our at the beginning of this duel, because the whole idea is it's like we're fighting over this knife, so we're gonna see who's got the better knife skills. And this is like, Murdery Boy's specialty. He's got like his 7 knives, including this massive axe knife that he like. We're introduced to him because he like butchers a buffalo in like 5 seconds by like swinging the sword like thing. Yeah. Anyway, that aside, he goes to work on this giant fish, and he's like, everyone's marveling at how good he is, and he's using, like I said, like just the right knife for just the right parts and stuff like that. Look how quick and efficient he is. And our MC is kind of just like standing there for a minute, not actually doing anything. And then he like takes like, steel wire, and he starts like scraping the scales off the fish. It's like, oh, he's got a secret weapon. He's not even using a knife. It's like, yeah, well, that's not going to be enough to cut like the bone and all the other big things on the fish. And then so that's when our staffy boy, who we didn't mention too much, but he makes dim sum. And at one point they had a battle where he uses like the steel like rod, like for martial arts. That's basically his like rolling pin also. And he like does this thing where he like rolls all of these things at once by putting it down on a table, doing a handstand, and then like spinning the staff around on the table.
For every chef he beats in a cooking battle, he adds a notch on his staff.
Right.
So this is not like a really smooth, really ideal surface for rolling dough. It's got a bunch of nicks out of it.
To be fair, that's only like at the end, but
Yeah,
but
it's like,
but apparently he's also like a really good knife maker, because our MC gives him directions for like, I want a knife that's built like this, and they call it like the 100-hole knife or something like that, because there's all these like little tiny holes, and it's like this flexible metal, and the holes also mean that like air can flow, so that it doesn't get like, it cuts like smoothly through things, it doesn't get stuck. It's like, you know, the idea behind a blood channel or whatever.
like the paddle,
but they're like
like the paddle my dad made in the garage that he drilled holes in so he could swing it without resistance.
Yep, just like that.
that got dark.
No, my dad did make one of those, but it was a personal project. He never used it on us. It was just like a thing. He just wanted to make a thing. He was bored.
Okay.
He wanted to work some wood, and he never used it.
Gotcha. But yeah, so they make this knife, and it's like, that knife is only known in the underground. And it's like, there's also like this weird kind of like anti-technology thing where like apparently the underground's the only people who innovate.
Oh yeah,
and
I like them.
because the underground's the only group of people that knows about this knife. The underground's also the only people who like have the medicine capabilities to save our knife makey boy from murder after he gets stabbed and then thrown off a cliff. Like, that's just a thing that normal doctors can't do in this world.
Because all they care about is cooking. Like, everything's culinary. So if it can't be, I guess if it can't be cured by eating something other than what you have, it can't be cured.
So what you're telling me is that the Cooking Underground, which is a group that is so dedicated to cooking that they have found a way to use cooking for evil, is also the only group of people in this world who cares about things other than cooking.
It would appear so.
Makes sense.
Yes.
Honestly.
I'm so blown away by this. The show was, here's the thing. It's not the worst show I've ever seen. Like, to be dead serious and honest, it's not the worst show I've ever seen. It's a bad show.
Mm-hmm.
I
don't feel bad at all voting it our worst of the season.
No, I think it probably is the worst of the season. It's not Conception, but it's definitely the worst of the season. And like the show itself, it is an absolute slog. There's no consistent internal rules. And even the things that could have made it interesting, they just didn't do. Like replacing, again, if you replace all the violence in this world with cooking, that makes it more believable. Because it's like, this is how this world handles it.
Kind of a Pokemon-esque, like, you know, no one actually fights each other. It's always just Pokemon duels. They don't mean anything.
Yep.
That's exactly right.
Unless you're like Team Rocket, and then somehow it does. But anyway.
Regardless.
but still only Pokemon battles. So
right. If you replace all of the conflict and violence in the show with cooking, it creates an internal system where the honor system tied to the cooking matters then. And like all this other stuff starts to make sense. But it all falls apart when you're like, oh no, but we also just kill people. It's like, well then I'll just kill you. Like this isn't.
Do you think in a society like Japan or China, which has more of an honor-based system, that this show makes a little more sense? I don't think it does.
No, not really, because like
so.
even if you look at like, you know, Chinese and Japanese history, and this is not just them, it's everyone, but like the art of war came out of China.
Mm-hmm.
The book, I mean, specifically, like, and that's all talking about like, you know, wars based on deception and how like, you know, it's like you're going to try to win as efficiently as possible, and you're going to utterly destroy the enemy. Except they also do advocate like if you can like take a city without fighting, that's like the ideal way to take a city, because you can take advantage of it and like, you know, kind of add it to your, you know, your goods and whatever else. But
you also don't have to deal with popular uprisings.
But I mean, point being, it's like,
kill
you know,
a shitload of people.
Yeah, like China, and again, like everywhere in the world has this, but like, you know, they have this very long history of wars and civil wars and, wars between them and other nations. And Japan, of course, also has the same thing. And you've got all these, Japan has ninjas, there's not too much honorable, quote unquote, about just killing someone in their sleep, but they'll do it because they understand that whatever wins a war, right? And that's kind of the case for all war around the world. And so it's not like their society being kind of more honor based. It's I think that, again, going back to the wuxia comparison, it's kind of more this heroic, legendary, sort of thing where these people are these heroic figures because they only fight through food or what, I don't know, but they're larger than life, and it's not trying to be realistic. And if it was, it'd be obviously a very, very different show. And that's why, again, it doesn't hold up to scrutiny, because if you could just kill people to get your end, then yeah, you would just kill the person. And
that's the thing is when you, I'm sorry. I think that's what I'm saying. I think it's a consistency problem.
Mm-hmm.
I think if they were more consistent with their application of that logic, I think it would make the show work better. But they're just not.
Yeah, and I guess the other thing too is they're the hero character, the good guys can't do that, right? And so even if the other side would kill them, and we talked about before how at one point they're trying to steal one thing or another, and so they sneak in and they they threaten to kill people, or the infiltrator would have killed someone if he got away with it, but the good guys aren't going to do that because the good guys can have blood on their hands. And that's
unless you're the one guy and you decide that because you murdered a guy that you can just make people happy, and that somehow makes it okay.
Well, and yeah, I guess too, he was also he wasn't very self-forgiving. He was just kind of I guess this is how I'm going to cope with my guilt.
Mm-hmm.
And then what was weird about that is even though he would have just suffered the rest of his life, he was forgiven, I guess is the word. There's a word I'm looking for. I'm forgetting at the moment, but he's absolved basically by the spirit of the knife maker, who appears, the heavens open up. Well, that's not actually what happens, but he just kind of appears in kind of spirit form almost, and gives his speech about why this one's worthy and the other one's not.
Well, we have already gone long, so shall we now move on to our best anime of the season, Babylon?
That sounds good.
Babylon's real good. I am so tired from talking about Shinjuka.
Yeah.
Babylon. So one of the things that we mentioned when we first reviewed Babylon is that at least I, and I think a couple of us, were worried that it would have a hard time keeping the stakes up, because the stakes in the show very quickly go from a normal investigation to people being murdered to a huge political conspiracy. And it's how long can you keep doing that? The answer is actually for quite a while.
Yeah,
they do a really good job of it, and then the final thing they turn it into is a strong enough premise to carry the rest of the show.
That's exactly right. I was gonna point out the conspiracy thing ends up being more of an entrance into this more underground part of this world, this more conspiratorial part of this world that our main character then finds himself as a part of, and it ceases to matter. Because we're not trying to uncover the conspiracy anymore. We're part of it now. And our goal is now over here. And they did a real good job transitioning into that in episode probably 4 or so.
Around there.
They did a really good job transitioning into that to start to tell the other story now. This conspiratorial aspect was more world building than anything else. And then once we have that built out and now we understand what's happening, now we can move forward with our actual goal, which is This is a show about the cops that the people should have called.
When we talked about Carol and Tuesday and how it had multiple threads that tied together, this show does something similar. Once we finally get to episode 4 and get into the premise, we kind of spin off 2 separate threads. But we do see how they're related from the beginning. but at the same time they're a little separate. So one thread is the conspiracy part of this, which is that this election for mayor is rigged, basically. And all, the contestants who are running have chosen the guy who's actually going to be mayor. But they're going through this. I forget exactly what their reasons are.
I think it was that, like, so, and we talked about, you know, when we were first talking about the show, how this city, I forget the name of it off the top of my head, is kind of like this experimental thing. And at first when they talked about, it's like, it's going to be like an independent, whatever. I thought it was just like kind of a, like, you know, as opposed to being, if you think about like a greater city and how like you might have like different like neighborhoods or like different towns that like it's all kind of considered. Like Manhattan, I guess, like maybe technically does it have a different government than New York City proper, or is it just like a neighborhood?
It's just the neighbor. It's
or like
weird
Brooklyn
the way that
is
some
what
of
I
these
was
things
thinking.
work. It's weird that the way that some of this works. Like there's a Houston, Mega City 3 is actually set up in an interesting way where you have different pseudo townships with their own sort of police forces. But by my understanding, and I'm not all that well versed in Houston city politics, but by my understanding, they're still part of Houston.
Yeah, I think so. Like, kind of what I was thinking is that it was going to be something like, you know, you think about some of these like little, I think they actually call them towns, like within the what we'd consider Tokyo, like, you know, Shinjuku and all that different stuff.
Like boroughs in New York.
And I'm not sure to what extent they are or aren't, like, you know, run maybe kind of like, you know, separately or kind of like sub-managed or something like that. So I was just thinking what they were saying is that like this is going to be a part of Tokyo that is kind of run on its own, even though it's still kind of considered Tokyo, but it actually is considered like its own independent city.
It's autonomous.
And they're using it. Yeah, it's actually autonomous, and they are using it as an incubator for, you know, ideas. It's basically like a very like laissez-faire, low government interference sort of like we can try new things and try them quickly and then kind of let the rest of the world see like, oh, hey, this thing they're trying here is actually working really well. Maybe we give that a shot in our own you know, country or town or whatever. And so because this place is going to be sort of a testing ground for the world, they wanted their mayor to be, you know, kind of like young and inspiring. And so they're going for his like his youth and charisma more than like his experience or whatever else. So that was the reasoning in kind of a very roundabout way to say that was the reasoning for picking him.
Yeah, he does what he does that. So this conspiracy gets uncovered, and we end up finding out that there's this woman who is working as part of the conspiracy to begin with, by my understanding, as part of the conspiracy to begin with, and then starts working specifically for the mayor, for reasons that we understand later on.
Yeah, he kind of goes rogue in a way. Like after he becomes mayor, he kind of starts doing his own thing. Yeah.
So she's what she's doing. We end up learning, and this was one of the more fascinating parts of the show because it's a little bit of a supernatural twist to it. But supernatural stuff is not part of this world on the average. Like this is an outlier situation. This woman has this ability. It's almost like mind control. But it seems to be rooted in sexuality. It's so fascinating to me. So there's this. She apparently can make you so smitten that you'll just do what she says. And she uses this to make people kill themselves. And so her ability, we end up speaking to her uncle, who is a therapist, who is talking to, I loved this fucking scene so much when they're talking to the uncle. Oh man, he's like, okay, so she was in middle school. I was talking to her classmates. I thought they all had generalized anxiety disorder. That's what that was my understanding. But they all were afraid of this one person. I believe is her name.
Yep.
They were all afraid of her. And so I spoke to her. And as soon as she walked in the room, I went pussy mad. Like, he doesn't say that, but that's like, that's the idea, is that as soon as she walks into a room, he is sexually aroused to the point that it's like he's having sex.
Yeah, because I think he said that like when he was interviewing all those kids and trying to figure out what was up with them, they all said that they were raped by her. And then when he asked like, you know, like, actually sexually assaulted, it's like, no, she just talked to us. And yet they felt like they'd been raped.
Right. And so it's this weird sexual violation that she can do in your mind. And
can we take a minute to appreciate this conversation as it happened in the show, where this character, this doctor, is like, this is an experience that happened to me and it's immoral and really fucked up and I don't like it, but it's a thing that happened, and here are the facts of the situation. Because boy, howdy,
it was very.
Do I like it when people use words?
Yeah.
That's exactly right. That's one of the strengths of the show, is the fucking dialogue is so good.
And the other thing that's kind of cool when we get introduced to her, because we also find out that she's able to sort of like disguise herself. So like all these different women, these different situations, they find out it was the same person, which changes their investigation quite a bit. Like including, she was the one who like was the supposed not prostitute, but like daughter of business person who was like, you know, she was gonna have sex with this person to influence votes or whatever when they were at the
their
hotel in
assumption
episode 1.
When they saw her walking into the hotel, their assumption is, okay, so they're using this prostitute to bribe these other people. And so when he's interviewing her, he's like, you fucked like 3 dudes in this hotel room, like this is what's happening. And she's just like laid back. She's talking about like, I don't know what you're talking about, and she's going through
when they're interrogating her, and they're trying to like learn more, they do this really cool thing, and I can't like at the moment like try to like break down exactly how they do it, but the way they shoot it and the way the dialogue goes and stuff like that, you get the impression, like even before we get this conversation with the uncle, that like there's something about her that kind of like messes with people's minds. And it's in the reaction somewhat of our MC who's interrogating her. It's also kind of contrasted with the reactions of the guy who's doing the transcript, who seems to be kind of like awestruck and kind of like in a daze.
He's freaked out, and like she gets away and he's just in a daze. When our main character comes back, he's like, where'd she go? And he's like, she left. They're like, you just let her go? She was in custody. And she's one of my favorite parts of the show.
Yeah. So like the way that she speaks, and like she has this kind of like weird sense of morality where she's like kind of quizzing the interrogation during the interrogations. She's quizzing our MC on like, what does justice mean to you? And then it's like, well, okay, so you think there's like good and evil. What happens if like there's someone who likes what you consider evil? You know, like what if someone considers your evil to be good and vice versa? And it kind of gets into like this. Yeah.
I'm sorry, continue.
No, go ahead.
This is one of the reasons that I love this character so much. She uses the idea of moral, not relativism, but tolerance. The idea that like you think something's morally wrong, but somebody else does not. And for me personally, the line is like, as long as you're not hurting somebody, I can disagree with what you're doing, and we're fine. But they don't really go down that route, because this person is obsessed with, our main character has this obsession with justice. And so he doesn't go down the route of like, well, as long as you're not hurting somebody, it's okay. He's got more of a,
and I think he also, and she kind of like gets him, she kind of corners him with like, he sort of admits like, oh yeah, well, I guess there's some things where we can agree to disagree on things. And she's like, well, what if we disagree on this? And it's kind of like the question of where's the line?
She corners him in this idea of moral tolerance for the good of society. The idea that, yeah, you have to live with people who you disagree with. And she corners him with that by saying, well, I'm okay with murder. So like, how do we coexist then? What then? And he's a little bit, you know, he's locked up by that. He's taken aback. He doesn't know how to answer. He's like, but murder's wrong. And she's like, I don't think so. And you just said we have to live with people we disagree with. So are these things compatible? Her point is, are these things compatible, or does good or evil have to win? And that this is furthered when this is deep spoiler territory by this point. When she kidnaps the woman who is working with our main character.
Before you get into this, because I don't think you were here, I want to say, so I watched all of these shows like late last night. I finished Shinjuka around 4 this morning, I want to say. And so at 7 o'clock this morning, like 3/4 or so of the way into episode 7, when this scene happens, I closed the tab and went to bed. Like, I was so tired and not in a healthy mental state. And this so fucked me. I told Chris, I spent like 10 minutes trying to not, literally not vomit before I could actually crawl into bed.
Episode 7 gets like real intense. Yeah.
I fucking loved it. This is like, and it's not like reveling in violence, whatever. It's the contrast of this is a character moment.
Mhm.
This scene in anything else would be in anything else, this scene would be torture porn. It would be Saw. You know what I mean? But this scene in this is a character moment. And it's like, oh my God, contrasting
It's
those
like
things
it's like
together.
it's shocking, like you said. Like if it was in anything else, it would just be kind of like shock factor, maybe a little bit gratuitous, depending on your opinions on things, that sort of thing. But it does, like,
the
despite that,
cutaways. Oh, the cutaways that they do.
So, and I don't think Ryan has seen this scene yet.
No.
But just to kind of describe it briefly, so she kidnaps the guy, or the lady who's working with our MC, and he's trying to figure out where she is, and he gets a laptop with a live stream to where they are, and he doesn't know where it is, and he can't get to them in time, even if he did.
Well, the thing that sets it up, because I thought this was brilliant, he gets a text from her, and it's a link to the live stream, to a private live stream. And so he opens his computer and he goes to this link that it was just a link that he got in a text from the phone of the girl who was kidnapped. And so he types in the link, types in the URL, goes to the thing, it starts streaming, and then I'm sorry, continue.
Yeah, and so she is sprawled on a table, tied down, blindfolded, I think, maybe gagged, I forget exactly, and in a state of undress. And I is basically taunting the guy through the camera and kind of like basically doing this monologue, and he's like begging her to stop, but we get the impression that she can't hear him. And so she's monologuing.
Yeah,
about,
she cannot. It's not a two-way thing. It's just a stream. So like he can scream into the abyss all he wants, and she can't hear him.
But she's like kind of giving this monologue while she draws, like, in anyone who's familiar with kind of the thing of like you draw the dotted line of where you're going to make incisions during surgery. She's doing this like at different points on her like arms and legs and eventually the neck. And then she takes an axe and basically just like chops at those lines. As she's talking about, like, she basically gets to the point eventually where she's saying like, I am pure evil, and she revels in this, which is like, in a way, feels like it's funny how the show seems to be able to strike this balance between like either this is just 2-bit and like oversimplified, and yet somehow manages to like make it feel somewhat legitimate. Like this character in a way is completely unbelievable, and yet they make her make sense. But she basically chops, one limb off at a time of this lady, and then, eventually goes for the head. But each time she makes a cut, we cut to MC's wife and child preparing a bento for him back at home. And it's like they would like chop a sausage or something like that.
Oh man, those cuts are so good. Like she brings down the axe, and we immediately cut to a close-up of the wife and son cutting a hot dog. It's close up on the hot dog, so it looks like
that was where I noped the fuck out.
Really?
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Oh, it's such
I mean, that's
cut.
fair, because like, despite it being a cut, like it does definitely like drive home the kind of like, in a way, it's almost more disturbing than just seeing the gore, because they're also juxtaposing with like, here's like the two worlds this guy has to live in now. And it's kind of like, it speaks, especially like in episode 8. I don't know if you guys have seen that one yet. It's the most recent one that just came out a couple days ago. But in episode 8, he's kind of dealing with like he's traumatized. And so like he has to like live in this world that hasn't seen the shit that he has. And kind of just like this, in that scene, we're getting that same two worlds of like, oh, it's just this easygoing thing where his wife and son are just like, carefree, making lunch for the guy they love. And meanwhile, he's having to watch this horror unfold in front of him.
And so the whole time she's cutting off limbs, she's monologuing. And she circles back to the point that was made several episodes earlier during the interrogation scene, where she's like, you're good and I'm evil. And you talk about moral tolerance, but we can't exist in the same world. One of us has to win. And she goes further to make the point that she says, and it's going to be me that wins, because I understand the motivations of good people, and you fail to understand the motivations of evil people. You fail to conceptualize the idea that I love what I'm doing right. and you cannot conceive of it. And that's why I'm gonna win.
Yeah,
And
but
as she's doing this, like as she's cutting off limbs off of this woman, and in this scene, we're also again smash cutting to the wife and child making the bento, and it's this amazing. God, it's a real good.
It's a real good scene.
It might be
you
worth
have to be in
mentioning
the
too,
right
like
headspace to watch.
yeah, absolutely. And so to
'Cause
that
it's
point,
heavy.
like, yeah, it's definitely very heavy. And earlier in the episode, we'll get to this in just a minute. It's also extremely, like that was just the thing that capped off an already like crazy episode. Like I think I was texting you guys right after I watched it earlier this season. I was like, oh boy, this gets kind of bonkers.
Yep.
Definitely, if you are someone who's considering watching this show and you have, kind of, for lack of a better term, like this is a trigger warning. If you have issues with things like suicide and mental health and stuff like that, and you think that this would trigger you, do not fucking watch this show.
No,
this
is all about the primary plot of this has very much to do with suicide as a concept.
And
as
so
an action, we see it.
We sort of skipped over this big old middle section of the show where the kind of like one of the big threads that starts to emerge is there's a law they're trying to pass in this new city that the mayor is advocating for. That is basically, they call it the suicide law. And the idea is that it's going to legalize suicide. And kind of by extension, they're talking about kind of building up this infrastructure where people can go to these centers and, talk about it with someone and make an informed decision. And then they're not going to criminalize it if, people choose to make that decision. And they kind of introduce this by having this big group of people, including the guy who was taking minutes for our MC during that interrogation, still seeming to be in a daze, just like everyone else around him, who basically are at the top of this like city hall building and just commit suicide by all jumping as he's announcing the suicide law that he's putting into place. And he basically he eventually they have when they see that people have this negative reaction to it, there's like this overwhelming like, do you support the suicide law or not? It's like 98 to 1 to 1 undecided or something like that.
Yeah, it was 3%. It was the first time they were breaking it down. It was 3% support. It was something like 2% undecided, and the rest was all against. Like nobody supported this thing.
And so then the mayor is like, okay, well, look, we put this into place and people seem to have a negative reaction to it. So the government serves the people. So we're going to let the people decide. We're going to hold a vote. And we're going to.
I'm sorry. I wanted to point, because I found this fascinating, the political thing, because it sets up what you're about to say. In this society, when you vote for the mayor, you're basically voting for what would be they have a parliamentary system in the city. And so you vote for parliament members. Now it's a little limited because we only get to see a few of the people who are running for parliament members, and there's it's almost like there's one post for a parliament member. I don't like the way they gave it to you, but the way that they executed on it. But anyway, the idea is you vote for the mayor, and then it's basically the British system. You vote for a mayor, you vote for a PM or whatever, and then you vote for the parliament, and then the parliament is the body that makes the laws, and the mayor's the whatever, prime minister,
executor,
whatever. Yes. And that's the way the system's supposed to work. But the suicide law is enacted between the mayoral vote and the parliamentary vote. And so the mayor decides to, when he sees the thing, this is all a cover for whatever it is that he wants to do. We're not really sure yet by episode 8, even what it is that he wants to do. So he says, okay, this will be up to a vote. And so in this parliamentary election, I'm going to look at this as a referendum on the suicide law. And if anti-suicide law parliament members get elected, I'll get rid of it. And then continue.
And so they have this televised debate where it's like 4 people against 1 arguing against the suicide law, and him arguing for the suicide law. And they come up with all these different it's kind of like each person has their own kind of bent. And so we have the economic guy who's like, suicide is bad for the economy. We have like the moralist guy who's like, it's wrong, we shouldn't be doing it, all these different things. And then basically he kind of goes and like counters each argument in turn. And then his argument is basically like, if we let people make a choice, we might actually see a decrease. If we sort of, instead of like trying to like, shut it out or try to stop it from happening, like if we just allow it to happen, we might actually see that, fewer people actually make
or
choose to make
ignoring
that
it.
decision.
The idea being that if it's no longer a taboo, it's no longer running away. Like you're not leaving society. This is a socially sanctioned decision. So it doesn't feel so much like running away is the argument that he made, which I mean, in the real world, you would really need some very real statistics to talk about that. It's not a bad argument per se. It's just interesting.
And they do this interesting thing too, where before the debate, they were showing on the news this kid who went viral. He's wearing this mask of like what looks like sort of a Sentai or something like that.
Yeah,
and,
it's a Sentai style.
And he's talking about like how his dad is considering suicide, and so he doesn't want the suicide law because he doesn't want to lose his dad, and so everyone kind of like supports this kid, and so he actually makes an appearance at the debate at the request of one of the the same guy, the politician who was like kind of the head of the conspiracy that happened earlier in the season, who's now trying to use all of his powers to get the mayor debunked
out.
And so
I'm sorry. Again, another legal thing that was fascinating in the show to set up what you're about to say. So when the mayor, apparently it's a thing where like the person who is mayor then says, okay, here are the election rules for the parliamentary election. Which is a strange amount of executive power to give somebody, but anyway. So he releases the rules for the election, and the rules don't mention how long you've had to live in the city to run, and they also don't mention age for voting or for running. And so anybody of any age can run, and like there's this interesting sort of sub thing with like where like babies are allowed to vote, so basically parents get 2 votes. It's a very interesting thing the way that he built these rules, and I hope it turns into a strategy later on. But so he basically, the rules are very lax. It's like anybody gets to vote, anybody gets to run, regardless of age or whatever. And then the third rule is basically what turned it into the election into a referendum on the suicide law. The third rule, I believe, was if anti-suicide politicians get elected, then the suicide law be repealed. I think that was the third rule. Okay, so they bring the kid out who's in the Sentai mask and continue.
And so basically our grizzled old politician man is like, and I'm this kid here is going to run for mayor. Or run for parliament or whatever it was. He's going to run in the election, and I am not. I'm going to drop out. And I'm going to put my I'm going to put all my support behind this kid because I think this kid represents So he's trying to like sort of play the like, hey society, let's get behind like this kid who's gone viral and like kind of support him and sort of like playing the emotional card basically.
It's the political move of like I'm dropping out of the race and I'm giving my endorsement to this person because that directs the support.
And he does the whole thing too, where he's like, this isn't about whether or not I get into office. It's about doing what's best for society, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so then we find out that the kid's dad, who was considering suicide, is actually the mayor of this town. And he during the debate on television says like, I want to talk to my son about this. And so at that point we find out the true identity of this kid, and he's having this debate about like how he's been considering suicide and how, I'm not going to go super in depth on that, but it's a very interesting kind of thing. And I think at one point kind of like makes this argument that like this kid's got like a heart issue. And so he's like, I'm going, like, if I die, I can give you my heart. And then like in that way, kind of like, I'll live on and you can.
Oh, this is the example that he makes for why the suicide law is good. Because he's like, because then people who want to donate working organs can do that.
Which it's like, and that becomes like this really weird argument for it. It's like, think of all the organ donations we can get. It's like, but
right, but in the show, like it doesn't track to like me and you. But in the show and the way that it was presented, I got it. In the show, I was like, this works politically. Like this is an amazing debate moment.
It also said too that like this is just one example of like how the world can change in ways that we don't anticipate, because if we introduce the suicide law, society can change in a lot of good ways that we're not thinking about. And that was just one example that they were using there.
Right.
And so that whole thing was very interesting. And so then eventually the vote, the popular vote on the suicide law basically, I think becomes like, they showed this in episode 8. It becomes like split. It was like 48% on each side. And then there's like 2% undecided. So it was like, it's basically a tie and there's enough undecided. They basically, I guess it wasn't enough to overturn the law. And so the law was ratified and goes into effect. And then we see like a little bit of the aftermath of that. And then also what happens in episode 8 is that it becomes kind of a global issue. And so
other municipalities start passing the same law. Like
so I
there's,
think,
there's places
like,
in Canada.
a place in
and
Canada
the
did
US.
it. Yeah.
It was Halifax and I can't remember where in the US
I think it was Hartford, Connecticut.
Hartford, Connecticut. Yes.
Yeah.
And we meet like the American president.
Mhm.
Like and he's trying to deal with this whole situation. And
Yeah.
like
and our MC basically gets visited by the FBI and they're like, hey, we hear you have information about this investigation. He's like I'll tell you everything I know on one condition. We don't know what that condition is, but because we sort of cut over now to introduce the character of the president and what's kind of going on over there. So that's just like the beginning of this second arc, obviously. We don't know too much about it yet.
It expands the world like dramatically in episode 8. It's ridiculous. But I want to talk just for a moment about the debate. Sure. There was an interesting thing in the debate where they had, and Chris mentioned it, they had people with different arguments against the suicide law making those arguments. There was a guy who made the economic argument. This is how much economic production we lose to suicide every year. And it's only going to go up if this thing is passed. And then we have a guy who makes our main politician guy makes an emotional argument. He's like, look, the idea behind it might be good, but we are not equipped as human beings to deal with this question. We just can't. Which I thought was a fine argument, actually.
I think it was by far the best argument made.
I agree. The economic argument was solid, but it's just numbers. It's like it doesn't really hold any punch. Because I was watching this as a person who loves political science. That's the thing, is this show was like speaking to me on that level, especially throughout this section. And so we're also seeing there was a guy who makes an argument, and I'm a person who's a pretty people know this. I'm an anarchist on the internet. Like I don't believe in the authority of organizations like governments, but there was an argument that was made. The moral argument to me sounded like, and I want to ask you guys this question. Did that feel like to you guys, the way that he describes it is he says that we have to make a moral argument against suicide because suicide is bad. And his logic is suicide is bad, so we can't legalize it because it's bad. Like, that's his argument.
Yeah, that's basically his argument. And
that to me felt like
oh, go ahead.
That to me felt like a lot of the moralizing arguments that you see in politics, where it's like, well, we can't legalize weed or whatever it is because it's bad. And it's like, but why is it bad? Like, what can you point to tell me that it's bad? And they're like, it's just bad. We know it's bad. Well, how do we know it's bad? Because it's bad. Well, thanks. You're not helping. It felt like that to me a lot. And I wanted to ask you guys, because to me, having had those discussions, it felt very real. It felt true to life. But I also had this thing in the back of my mind where it's like, did the writers not know how to make the moral argument? Was it bad writing?
I think, no, I mean, I think that I agree that it felt like kind of a weak argument. And I think, though, that it does mirror what you see in real life, where you have people who are kind of ethical or moral or religious or whatever else, like kind of like hardliners on like, this is wrong and it's wrong because I think it's wrong and I believe that it's wrong and should be wrong for everyone. And so it kind of felt like that. And also I think paralleled nicely with this whole thing we've been talking about with I kind of questioning this, like, you know, is like, what is justice? Where is that line? Et cetera, et cetera. Like, it kind of like the show definitely plays with the idea of relative morality and stuff like that in some interesting ways. And so, yeah, like, even though it did do exactly what you're saying, I think it also it was kind of true to life in a sense, even if it was
That's what I
very
thought.
oversimplified.
Yeah. I thought it was very true to life, because I mean, you have those conversations with people. You have those conversations with like, well, we can't make gay marriage legal. Why not? Because it's wrong. Who says why? Why is it? Why is it wrong? Tell me why it's wrong. Because it's wrong. Because Adam and Steve. It's like you're not making an argument. You're just saying things. It felt like that to me.
It was interesting,
as opposed to other stuff.
It was interesting for me watching this scene because this scene actually split the threads of this anime back apart for me, where I was like, oh yeah, what this guy is trying to do is not like legalizing suicide is not necessarily bad. And one of the arguments he makes, and the one that kind of resonated with me the most, is it's already legal because it's not a crime you can prosecute, right?
Right.
And the reason that I had been seeing this guy as a villain in the show was actually all because of what I was doing, which was murder, basically, not actual suicide, but the show pairs these two kind of separate elements together.
In an interesting way. They use I to do that, to pair the idea of murder and suicide. That's one of the reasons that I want to see what this guy actually wants, because in the way that the show's presented itself so far, I mean, look, I can't not bring my own personal political and moral opinions to it. It's one of those shows that like kind of asks you to do that, I think. So personally, why should it be illegal? Things like they talk in the show about euthanasia and the idea of like of legalizing euthanasia, that people with terminal illness or whatever should be able to check out and not have to go through the painful process of dying from the disease. You know what I mean? And I get that. I agree with that wholeheartedly. So it's interesting to see a show that talks about this issue. My question and I think my concern about where the show's going with it, this show is dealing with a problem that is a big deal in Japan. Suicide rates in Tokyo specifically has the second highest suicide rate per capita of any industrialized nation. Tokyo is, as a city, has the second highest suicide rate per capita of any other city in any industrialized nation. This is a big problem culturally in Japan. So I want this show to expand beyond the suicide law as the focal point and be more about what does this mayor want and how does the suicide law help him get there. If it stops at being about the suicide law, to me, at that point, I'm like, well, and we say this because the show hasn't ended yet. We're only 8 episodes deep. They took a break in the middle. So I want this to be about more than that, because I already know what side I'm on where that's concerned. And if the show is just ends basically with like legalizing suicide's bad, it's like, well, thanks. I just disagree with you now. You didn't say anything interesting.
Yeah, kind of like, or if it just ends with kind of like this open-ended question of like, is it bad? You do kind of want it to say something, and maybe what it is trying to say, like, if we were just to end right now, I think what the show could be saying is that there is no like moral absolute, and then you can have the discussion about like whether or not you agree with that idea or whatever. But of course, the show has not ended just yet.
Right. We still have several more episodes, and with the pace that they've just expanded the world in episode 8, this could get really interesting. More so than it already is. Really fast.
I want to see. I want to see if the show actually separates the mayor and the law from and what she's doing,
and I feel like that is going in that direction, because I think she said at one point that she's kind of like using them for her own ends too. So speaking of the other thing I wanted to bring up too is that like at the beginning of episode 7, they're trying to basically kidnap the mayor, the prosecutor, and all of his buddies. And so they have like this whole thing in place. We're going to do that, but then I gets to
They
people
decide
first.
they decide the only way to end this is extrajudicially. We have to go
Yeah.
outside the legal system and kidnap him because we can't arrest him on any charges.
Yeah.
Because we can't prove that he abetted suicide, which is a crime.
Mhm.
So since we can't prove that, we're just gonna have to go outside the law and kidnap him to get him out of power.
But then I gets to people first, and so like one of the main characters we've been seeing since near the beginning, it's a friend of our MC and another prosecutor dude. MC finds him, and he basically, or rather he finds MC. He manages to make his way back to like the van where they're sort of like running the operation. And he's shot himself in the leg because he basically wanted to prevent himself from killing himself right away, at least. And then he's sort of describing like in vague terms, what happened with I. And so like even with the explanation that the uncle guy gave, it's like I'm still not sure I buy what it appears to be, that she's just like so attractive that she kind of just gets in your head and drives you mad with lust or whatever else, and just kind of you become super open to subjective or suggestion, because like that does make it feel kind of supernatural. If that's the way the show wants to go, that's great, but I also feel like it's a little bit more grounded than that. And so I feel like there's got to be
strange,
something
yeah.
to either just like power of suggestion, like just getting inside your mind, like maybe being able to like really target you in a way, or maybe there's like something with like I don't know, pheromones, or she like slips you a drug, or I don't like, there could be like any number of things they could
Well, there
say.
was it seems like the show settled on the way that she got those 64 people to commit suicide was just by suggesting it as she walked by them on the street.
Mhm.
So like for me, I think it is supernatural. I think it's the only supernatural element in the show.
Possibly.
And I think the way that it makes sense to me is that because it is based on sexuality,
Mhm.
it shortcuts the rational part of the brain. Like this is animal brain shit. This is lizard brain shit we're dealing with.
Yeah,
And
that's
so
fair. And
because
so-
she's able to do that, she's able to sort of hotwire a brain
Mhm.
using that animal brain aspect of sexuality to do it.
Yeah, and so kind of like what our guy here says is that after he encountered her, he shot himself in the leg so there'd be like enough pain to like kind of distract him from what was running through his mind, which is that like he sort of described it like sex, where like there's like this line you don't want to cross, but then you do want to cross it. I think they kind of compared like the act of suicide to climax, essentially.
That seems to be the comparison that's
Yep.
being drawn, and it plays into the sexual nature of whatever her power is. And everyone who commits suicide does it with a smile in the show.
Yeah, and so they're just like they're so. It almost feels like the forbidden thing, perhaps, that like they really want to know what that's like. They want to like sort of cross that line. They want to do that thing, and then like that's just sort of like this like irresistible urge they have, and then they actually do kill themselves. And so it does make me very curious. Like I said, like what exactly is the true nature of this? And I'm sure we'll get a little bit more of that. Like I think they're kind of like sort of like hinting at stuff, and then by the end we'll probably get a more. I mean, maybe we'll get a concrete answer, maybe we won't. But I hope that if it remains kind of mysterious and ambiguous, that it does it in a satisfying way, because right now I feel like that's like that question is one like the main sort of draws of the show, is trying to figure out like what the hell is going on with all this.
She's there's a few of those kind of lingering questions. There's that one. There's the question about, again, I'm really concerned that the show is ultimately going to be moralizing about why suicide is bad, and that's not what I want from this show. Like that's a conversation we can have, but this show wants to do. It feels like it wants to do something else. It feels like it wants to tell an interesting conspiracy story, an interesting story about all kinds of stuff, really. And if it just lands on that, it's gonna feel like kind of a waste of potential to me. But it doesn't indicate that it's gonna land on that. I'm just worried it might.
And so kind of on that note too, it's been interesting to me. Like if you look at the show on Prime, it's only got like 3.5 stars right now. And I'm not sure if that's just because like, either maybe it's like, it's because I'm sure like even for people who like anime, it's probably not everyone's cup of tea. If you're into more anime. Like this isn't really that in a lot of ways.
This is not Azure Lane.
It also, yeah, it also makes me wonder if like maybe that's like rated by people who are on Prime for everything and then tried out this Babylon and they're like, oh, this is weeaboo shit, 1 star, or whatever the case might be. And so like I'm not
you
sure.
You probably
like,
get a little bit of all of that.
Probably, yeah.
The average score on AniList is 73%, and the mean is 74.
Okay. So it sounds like it could be like quality to a group of people and they just maybe not up the alley of a lot of other people. I happened to, when I was looking up a synopsis of episode 8, just to remind myself what it was that happened in that one, before we started talking about this, is I came across a reviewer who gave at least the episode, I don't know about the series, they gave the episode 3 stars, and they're talking about like, oh, the dialogue is bad, and like they found some of the stuff a little bit absurd. And there is some stuff that like if you really get critical with it, it's like, yeah, there's some stuff in this that like, could be maybe like a little corny or a little like too edgy or whatever you want to say about it. But I feel like the world or the show kind of puts me in this mindset where I'm willing to kind of like play along with that, because the questions and the mystery and all that different stuff are interesting.
I think those are two aspects that are important. I think the show is, one, it's consistent. It has rules in this world that it follows. And even if we have the one supernatural thing, we have a supernatural thing, and this is how it works, and this is what's going on.
I disagree, though.
Really?
Yeah.
Why is that? I'm interested to hear this, because I thought the show was really consistent in its universe.
I agree for everything except that I think the supernatural thing does break the consistency. This is mostly a personal preference thing for me. I want shows to either commit fully to supernatural and there's magic and ghosts or whatever the show decides to do, or it's fully grounded in reality. I hate this halfway point where it's fully grounded in reality except for this one supernatural thing, which is only used for horror, basically. Like, that's
that makes
contrived
sense.
Bullshit, in my opinion. A lot of people like it, and that's fine. It's like I said, it's just my personal preference. I don't like the one supernatural element.
And
that
so
makes sense. I do like the in-between world kind of like Unbreakable is sort of a story like that, where it's like there's this interesting sort of superpower element that is a thread in the real world, and I kind of like that about Unbreakable specifically. The other movies weren't that great, but like I do enjoy that kind of. So I can understand why you would take issue with it. It is something that I like, though, so I can see why we would disagree on that.
And I think, though, that like my gut tells me that there's going to be some sort of non-supernatural explanation for all of this. And the reason that I think that is that we also got a little bit more info on kind of like the drug that they were sort of like investigating near the beginning of the series. They're calling it like a suicide drug because it like would basically, ease suicide. It would be an easy way for people to do this. And so like the fact that that's kind of coming into existence around the same time as the suicide law seems like, not a coincidence. And so I almost wonder if what I is up to is like, if there's like, either she gets to people before she actually appears before them, and like maybe like there's some sort of like airborne form of the drug, or maybe she finds some way to drug them or something like that first, or maybe they say it's like kind of like a sleeping pill that's like so strong that would basically be a suicide pill. But what if it's actually more like an aphrodisiac or something like that makes people open to suggestion or whatever the case might be, right? So like there's a lot of different ways that I think they could handle that, and I'm curious to see what it is. But kind of to come back around to what I was mentioning about that reviewer who wasn't fond of episode 8, they also made several references, and I just kind of like skimmed the thing, but they're making references to like they really hope that the show is going somewhere good with all of this. And so I can definitely understand the concern, whether you do or don't like, say the supernatural thing or the presentation in general or the theming or the potential moral they're going toward. It seems like it's like one of those things where like the show, like at any given moment, it doesn't blow you away with like the writing and the quality, except for like those few like kind of like highlight moments we talked about. That's like, oh, wow, that's really cool, really interesting. But there also is a lot of just like, it's taking you somewhere, and it's not taking you somewhere in a particularly compelling way, like maybe 80% of the time. And so you hope that the destination we're going to get to is going to be like a big payoff. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like if it doesn't pay off, then the rest of the show is going to feel a little bit lackluster, I think.
Right. It's this is a show that's going to be defined by its ending.
Yeah.
And what you mentioned is interesting, because I was talking to my girlfriend about this, and I was telling her about the show, and I said, look, it's slow. It's
Mm-hmm.
kind of plodding, actually. It's a pace. The show is paced in a way that it's like it's pretty slow. It's
in a way, it's like it's a thriller that's not very thrilling.
Right.
Yep.
That's exactly right. It's slow in the sense that it's like watching a movie like Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy is slow. Like, it's slow, and then you hit a moment that is, because the show is slow, you hit a moment like the phone call. And that was the moment that I was watching when I was talking about this, is like, the show is so plodding, and it I say plotting, it seems like it's more intentional. Everything is intentional.
Yeah, it definitely is.
And approached slowly and with care. And so the plot develops kind of on that pace. And then you hit a moment like the phone call. He gets the phone call, and it's a panicking moment, and the music ramps up, and everything gets bigger. He's freaking out. I haven't fed him yet. Everything gets bigger and more intense, and even though that moment is just a phone call, it feels like an action beat. And I appreciate that about this show. I generally am not a fan of like incredibly slow pacing, and I don't think this is incredibly slow, but it's pretty slow. But I appreciate it here because it feels like it's developing something. It doesn't feel like it's just being slow to be slow. All the conversations and everything feel like they're developing towards something. Even when we get the conversation between the president and his kid, they're talking about the suicide laws, and the president's sitting there reading the Bible, and the kid is like, so like, is suicide bad? And the president's sitting there reading a Bible, and he's like, I'm researching it. I don't know.
And I think he said that like the Bible doesn't specifically state that suicide is a sin or something like that.
Right.
And like it kind of like, you kind of wonder too, like what his particular theological bent is, because like as someone who like I consider myself a little bit more progressive, less fundamentalist than like a lot of kind of like mainstream Christianity here in the US is. Like there's some very interesting discussions you could have about like what really is the nature of sin, and are things that are kind of traditionally considered sin always sin? Are they sometimes not? Like there's like and I'm not going to get into those discussions right now because it's very, very deep topics, and probably would
and theologically complex, and also very divisive.
Yeah, very divisive. Like even just my saying that probably like would piss off a few people. It's like, wait, you're saying that sometimes sin isn't sin? And it's like, let's talk about this. And so that's why we're not going to talk about this right now. I'm just saying that it's a much bigger discussion. But yeah, so like, you know, there's kind of the interesting thing too of like even people who do base their morality on some extent to you know, based on religion, you know, kind of how your religion actually, what your theology is will affect what your moral interpretation then is. And people of the same religion can come to different conclusions on stuff like that.
It could be bringing something of myself to it, but I got the feeling that he was not a particularly religious guy. But it's like everyone understands the Bible as being, at the very least, something that a lot of people look to as a moral guide. And so he struck me, and again, I could be bringing a lot to this. I could be projecting entirely.
There's even like the whole argument people will make that like our legal system is ultimately derived from Judeo-Christian values and stuff like that.
Right.
So yeah.
There's a lot of that there, and I could see my read on him was that he wasn't a particularly religious guy, but he was looking at something that's known to be a moral guide in order to research this moral question, which is it's interesting, and again, I could be projecting entirely, but that was my read on it.
And I want that to be the read, because otherwise there is something kind of cheesy about like, you know, the first show made in Japan. It's like the first thing we see of an American is like just sitting on a park bench reading the Bible. It's like,
exactly.
I mean, there are people like that, but it's not
sure
usually not
about
going to be the president of the U.S.
Yeah. But I did find it interesting the way that they characterized the president and the other people in the cabinet. I actually found it refreshing the way that they introduced this character, because unlike a lot of the shows that we get in the US, it seems to me like the people making this show are unfamiliar with the nuances of American political division. And so when we're introduced to this character, he seems like a almost like an Eisenhower, like a really kind of a middle of the road sort of guy who's like just kind of like granddad a little bit. He just seemed like that. I was because I was looking to it because frankly I'm sick of every time a president shows up in a piece of media, he's either a sainted figure or it's Orange Man bad. It's one of those two. And I am sick of it. I'm sick of, and it's not even politically, again, anarchist. I'm not invested in who the president is. I don't care. I don't think there should be one. But I am so sick of the lack of originality in putting together a president character. He's either a sainted person or he's a terrible, he's a crook, awful guy who wants to take down the US or whatever it is. I hate it. I'm sick of it. And I found it refreshing to have a president in this who just seems like a rational guy. It seems like a reasonable guy.
We've like the rare president that's elected for competence and not just
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We've been at this for over 4 hours, my dudes. I'm hungry. Dean's cat is hungry. Please get out
I think
here.
we've hit most of the major points. Yeah, like we said, like the season's not done yet for Babylon. I'm very curious to see where it goes. Like Dean said, I think that the ending is really going to define how we feel about the rest of the series in hindsight, in the same way that Darling and the Franxx did. I think to some extent too, like I think I was more impressed by Darling and the Franxx early than I was impressed by this early. I think I even mentioned after the first episode, I came away from it like not super hot on it. Like I was interested, but I wasn't like super on board. I think this is one of those shows that for me so far has been impressive as a whole, more so than it's been like just like really blowing me away with its quality. And I'm hoping that the end kind of like pays that all off and turns the whole into something really cool, rather than kind of being a sort of like fizzle out and it's gonna be like, it was all right.
Last night, as I was going to bed, I realized that my reaction to the show was because I was tired, and so my plan was to go back sometime after I'd had some sleep and watch it some more. But actually, I think this is the first time that this has happened. As we've been talking about it, I actually went and changed the status on AniList to dropped, and I think I'll wait and see what other people think of the finale to decide if I watch the rest of it or not. I kind of was able to divorce myself from the show as we talked about it. It's a good show. It's a well put together show. It definitely earned its place as our most watchable, best show of the season. But having gotten to this point, I don't know. I don't need to finish it.
Yeah.
I felt that way about other shows that we've talked about as our winners too. So totally get that.
I'll be finishing this show, but I'm not. And I'll definitely tell you kind of what I think of the ending. But again, I think, I mean, Chris, you just said it. Your perception of the show is informed by the totality of the show. It's not necessarily that it's one amazing thing or not or whatever. And I think that's, again, it carries through to being that this is a show that's the ending is going to tell us whether it's good or not. And I just want it to be good because I really like what I've seen so far. The political aspects of it are right up my alley. It's very good. And it's, again, to reiterate what Chris said, if mental health and suicide and things like that are things you just can't handle in media, especially with a lot of frankness and I want to say graphic, but it's not like graphic. It's kind of violent, but it's not like, whatever.
It's definitely in your face. It's not like
right.
like off screen. There's an implied suicide or something like that. Or like, oh, we just heard that so and so was found dead in their apartment this morning. Like they'll actually show you the body.
No, they definitely show you things. So if that's something that you don't want in your media, just give this one a pass.
Yeah.
But it's if that's something you don't mind and you're interested in questions like that and things like that, definitely watch this. This is a very interesting show.
Well, this season on AniFiles, we're having a listener contest. Chris, you wanna tell us what's going on?
Yes, and so in the past we've enjoyed making predictions for our end of season and end of year tournament arcs. And so as a way to kind of like encourage some more audience participation in that, and just kind of like make it a little bit more fun, we're going to try out a thing where we will have at the end of the season, whichever audience member submits a prediction that gets the highest score. So not necessarily even like number of picks out of number, but like highest point value, which means that like later picks are worth exponentially more points than earlier picks, that sort of thing. I'm going to basically do a thing where I'll make an AMV for you. So you get to pick a show, pick a song. We reserve the right to not go with your first pick. Like we can keep but like if you ask me to like take like a hentai and then like pick like this like super offensive song or something like that, I might push back on that a little bit. But assuming it's reasonable, go ahead and make an AMV based on the show you want and the song you want. And so
you're not gonna get it if it's a white nationalist song set to hentai. It's just not gonna
and so but that being said, like say for example, like maybe you're a fan of Slipknot, and so you pick like kind of a cool Slipknot song, and you also happen to like Sailor Moon. You want Sailor Moon set to Slipknot? You can do that. But
I want to see that now, actually. Sailor Moon set to Wait and Bleed.
And so you've seen some of my editing before on the show, like the trailers we do for like we had the anime of the year trailer, and then the reels at the beginning where we sort of introduce the shows. So, and that's like not even necessarily like the music video style of editing that I do, but it's basically what it is. So yeah, basically like you don't have to like, tune into every episode in order to win this. You could just like make a prediction and get lucky and be the winner. But if you do want to kind of improve your chances of making educated guesses, it might behoove you to tune in. And so, it's a little incentive to, tune in, watch the show and follow along with us throughout the season. But like I said, even if you can't make it to every single show or something like that, we host the show and we're still not incredibly great at predictions. So,
right.
But just something fun to do to kind of, get everyone involved and then to have like a cool little thing come out of it. So that's the idea.
Well, this has been episode 82 of AniFiles. You can find this podcast on Apple Podcasts or wherever great podcasts are distributed. I don't have my notes up, and so I don't remember how the outro goes. We have a Discord where you can join us to talk about Discordy things. The bot is not running in Twitch, so you'll have to use the link below the stream. Why did that open on that monitor? Or the link will be in the show notes, or in the description of the YouTube video. We live stream this show on Twitch, twitch.tv/Xerxes, and I upload the VODs to YouTube. The channel is AniFiles. If you like this show, you can support us on Patreon, patreon.com/AniFiles. I've been your host, Ryan. Oh, I forgot. We are a product of alternative internet radio. You can find us and our other great shows at airad.io. Now, I've been your host, Ryan. You can find me on Twitter at Xerxes or on AniList user Xerxes, where you could have seen during the show I dropped Babylon. Why you would be sitting there refreshing AniList to see my updates while we're recording this podcast, I don't know. Theoretically, it's possible.
Yes, theoretically possible.
Chris, where can people find you?
You can find me on Twitter at KRUEGER_Chris. You can also hear some of my past podcasting work on the backward-compatible.com podcast, Games and New Media with a Splash of Academia, and the Doc and Kruger cast, the official podcast of Doc and Kruger Games.
Dean, where are you?
I can be found on Twitter at DeanOFiles, DeanOFiles. I feel like just spelling it is the easiest way to do that thing. No spaces or dashes or anything else. You can also listen to my show, Alternative Internet Radio, Dino Files, also available in other places. Bringing it back, it's going to be probably Sunday or Monday. I had to go on a hiatus for finals, and then I couldn't get my rig to work while I was on the road. So, coming back in 2020, I guess. Here we are. And you can read the things that I write sometimes at the Rogue File, roguefile.com.
All right, AniFiles cast members. Let's say our catchphrase.
Adios,
Jerry.
Jerry.
Jenny.